bills that have been, he's, he's trying to sell.
No.
All right.
So,
There we are. Now we can.
but, I don't know, it's from the 30s or from the 80s, they're still working, but
There was really nothing in the 80s. Panel thing didn't start happening until the 2000s.
Okay,
That's
so
really
let's
old
do,
technology.
A sound check a couple ways. Amy, I guess you can hear us,
Yes.
I think it's a push.
and then others online. Walter, can you hear us well enough?
yeah, I can hear you okay.
Okay, thanks very much. Because we are past 10, but yeah, I guess it'd be, yeah, you can turn that in. So Nelson has control. What? Yeah, so just looking, I don't see Tom Newell here yet, but he's not a committee member and the whole committee is here, so we will get underway at 10:02 Mountain Standard Time. All meeting to order. And as Tom joins, we'll look for him. So to lead off, I want to acknowledge and respect the Indigenous peoples whose traditional lands we're meeting today. And I'd like to look for a motion for freedom of the floor for Director Popoff. Begin with these are the visitor. Moved and seconded. All in favor? So welcome, Director Popoff. Just speak up whenever you feel you need to know something.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Great, good to have you. Adoption of the agenda, nothing to be added so far as I know. Nobody's mentioned anything by email, so recommendation to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved, seconded. Since you're all in favor. We're in good shape there. Receipt of minutes. I hadn't heard any concern about the minutes. And of course, they already went to board. The last minutes we had were June, 6 months ago for this committee. So that takes us to item number 3, Creston Car Wash Recycling Depot. I guess, Connie, you prepared this report. Do you want to give us a bit of a summary? And we'll go from it.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, through the chair. Today I'm presenting the report for the purpose to get direction from East Resource Recovery Committee regarding the lease agreement for Creston Car Wash Recycling Depot. So the RDCK entered into a contractor agreement with Arrow Mountain Car Wash and Mini Stores Limited, Arrow Mountain from now on, and the report for the lease of Creston Car Wash Recycling Depot on June 1st, 2020. So the original agreement was signed for 2 years with up to 3 contract extensions upon mutual agreement from both parties. And this year, the RDCK agreed to make the last extension from 1st of June 2024, which lasts until 31st of May 2025. So the Creston Car Wash Depot is Recycle Business Core Depot located within the town of Creston and accepted all categories that are included in the Recycle Business Program, as well as industrial, commercial, and institutional cardboard recycling in separate bins. And this location has been well known and frequently used by the residents in Creston and surrounding electoral areas. And however, this location has been concerned, which is the limitation to any further expansion of services or infrastructure. And also, this location doesn't have any power that goes to the attendance shack for the RDCK to install. That will cost about $15,000. And also, the RDCK pays the lease, which costs $3,000 per month. And this also includes the cost for the snow removal services. And also, the safety concern was raised regarding the smoke from the industrial neighborhood. And then the last bullet point in the report states that bit of concerns about the snow removal portion of the agreement with the owner of the depot. However, I recently talked to the owner and this problem has been solved. So the owner is happy to continue providing a snow service. And also, Arrow Mountain is willing to continue leasing the land to the RDCK with annual 2% increase in rental and snow removal service fee. And so today I'd like to point out 3 options to the committee. So the first one is to go through a request for proposal for core recycling depot for a 3-year term with options for 2 1-year extension. And the second option is direct award to Arrow Mountain, a new lease agreement at the current location for a 2-year term with options for 3 1-year extensions. And the last option is the permanent closure of the Crispin Car Wash Recycling Depot and consolidate that into Crispin Landfill Recycling Depot and register that depot as a core depot under recycling regulation, Recycle BC's new statement of work. So those 3 options, of course, comes with pros and cons. The first option, which was go through the RFP, the pros is that we could find maybe better suited locations through this RFP process, and also maybe find the location where that costs a little bit less for the RDCK. It might allow more space to expand our services to include other EPR materials. The cons of this option is we may not find a better location in the Crispin area, and also may actually come across with a higher cost to operate. And option 2, direct award to the Arrow Mountain. The pros of this option is obviously it's being well-known location to the public, well accessible, and also the snow removal and the rental service that we pay now is considered quite reasonable. And the cons of this option is that the current location may not accommodate any potential extension of services, and also the higher cost to install power to the attendant shaft, and also the limited space for the storage and or any additional bins. And the third option, as you can see, I forgot to mention in table 1, is the monthly and annual rental and snow removal fee from 2025 to 2027. So as you can see, the pros of the option 2, forgot to mention is we don't have much significant increase in the rental and snow removal if we continue with Arrow Mountains. And option 3, if we close Crispin Car Wash Recycling Depot and consolidate that into Crispin Landfill Recycling Depot as a core depot. As you can see in the table 2, the RDCK reduced significant operational costs for the Eastern region. So table 2 indicates and also breaks down into different expenses. And potentially the RDCK will be able to save $162,256 by consolidating car wash depot into Crispin Landfill. And and also by expanding this Crispin Landfill Recycling Depot, we could potentially add more items to serve the community. So we could actually include our expanded producer responsibility programs or non-EPR programs, non-EPR program hazardous waste materials. And the cons of this option is obviously we might have to have the initial site expansion cost and also the permanent closure cost and transportation of those infrastructure to the next location. And also, a relocation of the core depot to Crispin Landfill may not be a convenient option for the residents in the town of Crispin or in surrounding areas. So, after considering those 3 options, the pros and cons, staff recommend option 2, which is that the board approves the RDCK enter into a lease agreement with Arrow Mountain Car Wash and Ministries Limited for the Crispin Car Wash Recycling Depot at 412 Helen Street, Crispin, BC for up to $36,720 annually with a 2% fee increase starting June 1st, 2025 for a 2-year period with the option of 3 1-year extension upon mutual agreement. And further that the cost be paid from Service A116 recycling. And this is the end of my report. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Connie.
So, Mr. Chair, the sound is really bad. So it's very difficult to follow along. We may have to just summarize.
Okay. There's a bit of an echo in the room you're sitting in, Connie, I think, but it's difficult. We all have different setups for microphones and the like. So, so I'm
I do have
looking
a
for
question.
questions.
Yes. So, kind of referred to something to do with safety. I heard the word safety, but I don't know the context or how it was brought in.
Was that with respect to no power on the site, Connie? That's one of the safety or employee issues?
I can
Amy?
speak to that if you'd like.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I didn't know what I heard, but I thought I heard the word safety, but I can't even begin to understand what it was brought in for.
Yeah, okay. Through the chair, if I may.
Sure, please go ahead.
That item was regarding smoke. So there's a neighbor beside the current recycling depot that we've had reoccurring issues with their smokestack and the air quality in the area for our staff. We have been working with them on it, and they have actually been making some adjustments. I don't think it's currently a problem, but it has been something that's kind of repeated. So it is just something that to consider of the neighbor there. And if I may further, Chair, the report actually recommends number one was to go to an RFP, but since the time of the issuance of the report, we've concluded some negotiations with the leaseholder, with the property owner, and he has confirmed he will complete the scope of work for the snow removal that we were concerned about. So that's why staff it was a very close decision between option 1 and 2, and that issue kind of tipped us over into recommending going towards the RFP. Now that we've had the ability to confirm that he will complete the whole scope, we're actually recommending number 2 because it is a reasonable price and it does give us some time to further investigate other eco depot options and so that's hence why we've changed the recommendation for what's in the report.
So, in case somebody didn't all catch that, there was for a while a little bit of a discussion between the site owner and us in regards to full compliance with the contract requirements for snow removal. But that has been by the looks resolved, and therefore that's one of the reasons why we now approving option 2.
So back to my question on the safety and the explanation, if I may. The smoke, I go to that facility a lot because I was building my home. And I don't know of any time that there is an issue with smoke. And I presume it's at the car wash location, not the landfill we're talking about? Okay, so I'm not quite sure. Is the truss place burning? I don't think so.
There is an outdoor wood burner adjacent to the metal shed there.
And as Amy pointed out, there have been improvements made, but it was a long-standing issue that the smoke in certain conditions with directions at heating other facilities or winter periods that our staff was affected by that. I don't know that DBA received a complaint about it, but it was a long-standing issue. At some point, I think they elevated the stack of that thing to get more distribution of the smoke. I think at some point it was as well the type of wood that was fed into it. I think they have adjusted that. There may have been an issue with the heating unit itself that they, I believe, improved on, but there were ongoing repeated issues where we work, I believe it's actually with the CO country as well, in regards to
Just
enforcement.
for clarity, I used to respond to smoke complaints when I worked for environment. And what I found was often the most smoke was in the morning when they did start up. Because once they heat that unit up, the wood burned more completely. And I haven't noticed the volume of smoke that we used to. So I used to go there and just talk to them about it to get them to find a way to not have it so smoky. And I think that they've accomplished most of that, but it was mainly startup, especially after a weekend. You had to get that back up to the heat. So it's a problem sometimes, but not a huge problem.
Okay. And that's the only issue on safety, because I know that there was a cooling concern for the summer.
So there's 3 in total. So there's that. And there's the snow removal that I just spoke to. And the third one is power supply that we have not done because it's a cost of $20,000 to $25,000 to get power to our location. So currently we are using propane as heat, and I don't even know, the air conditioner is with a generator, right?
Okay,
Further,
nope.
because I wanted to look back on that a little bit as well, but directors here for, did you have questions for staff?
No, I think the explanations I've heard is
Yeah.
adequate.
Okay, so, yeah, I appreciate the idea that maybe a 2-year contract might give us a window to have a lot of things sorted out. Inadvertently talking to one local person in that realm may have interest in the like, has found a new site for their operation. I asked if they understood the sort of operations, if they looked at other examples and stuff. So I could see if we went out for an Eco Depot, say, RFP right now to see if we're gonna do something more altogether again, it might be premature. 6 months from now, maybe we can go out and have to be a full year process before anything came of it. So option 2 is making a little bit of sense if we take care of some of the stuff. I'm apprehensive though, that we're gonna go back to now we need the power, now we need this, now we need that, and add another, not 15, but $50,000 on that site. So what confidence do we have that that site as is, using a gen set for the air conditioning, dealing with propane heat and whatever else, staff confident that we're not going to have to make additional significant investments in the site that we could walk away from in 2 years?
Amy, I'll let you respond to that. You are a bit closer on what we have on the ground and if that's sufficient to get us easily through 2 years.
Yeah, through the chair, both the heat and the propane for cooling with the air conditioner has been working. We feel confident that that would work for the next couple of years. Those are items that are on our climate action targets, so they're not great long-term solutions, but they are very well functioning for another 2-year period.
Because short of that would be a 1-year contract. And then we see if we are in a position to vote for an Eco Depot, complete relocation and combination. And because I do like the idea of expanding into other EPR program opportunities, and that won't happen at that site.
If you may through the chair, you pointed out, so a party that may be there is not quite ready.
Yeah.
So an RFP would then, at the earliest, be next summer. And then we have the award period and then the get ready. I'm not sure that 1 year is sufficient. But if you prefer, I would suggest then a 1.5-year period to safely have the time, if there's an alternative, that location has that time frame to get ready for.
Through the chair to staff.
Please go ahead, and then Terry, go ahead.
Okay. I know we've had RFPs for Eco Depots in Preston
Twice.
at least twice. And I think the response was either zero or very limited. So we've tried that, and it hasn't been successful. So I would be more in support of 2 years to give us more time to work to try and do this, because we've been trying to do it for 2 years already, more, and we haven't been successful. So I don't want to try and rush that process, because I don't think it is going to be a fast process, if effective at all, even though I would love to have an Eco Depot attached to our recycling. I just don't think that we have anybody here that is really keen on it. And partly because it's not a money-making proposal for them, unless they find ways to combine it with other services.
You're correct. 2 years would put us into a winter transition, or 18 months. To a winter
Starting June 1st.
Yeah, so 18 months from June would land us in winter. 24 months from June would leave us in summer. Director Tierney, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I thought I heard, is the present owner of the Recycle Depot considering adding some facilities to become an eco depot? Or has there been any?
On the current recycling side,
Yeah, that's right.
no, they are really hands-off. They provide the site and the snow removal, and that is it.
Yeah.
So Eco Depot, I don't think would even be of interest to that individual. Neither do I think the location would lend itself.
Yeah, it's certainly be advantageous for us to come up with an alternative to having it in the parking lot here. It didn't sound like it went that great. But yeah, so I'm leaning towards a 2-year extension as well. And then at that time, trying to find if there is anyone out there interested in an eco depot.
Director Vandenberg.
Yeah, so the option as it's written, the 2-year plus the option for 1-year extension seems, option 2, seems reasonable to me. 18 months versus 28 months, I think it's irrelevant. I think this is a good place to start. Starting from June 1st, 2-year period with an option of 1-year extensions. I do understand that we don't know where it's going to go. We've already been stick handling this for a while. But my question is, does the Eco Depot make most sense being within the boundaries of Creston as opposed to somewhere in B or somewhere in C? I'd like to field that question because the answer to that may widen a search that currently had never been anticipated.
I think I believe this option, through the chair, leads us a bit into that way, right? So if there is willingness to entertain a discussion about getting it out of town, the landfill location may be one of the locations to talk about. Space would be there for the development cost, but on the disadvantage side, it forces more people to travel long ways from the town of Creston and north of Creston. It's a bit of a distance. I'm not sure how many people generally travel there anyhow for their race in the rural areas, but the simple with curbside collection is certainly bad with their travel distances. So, but as you see on the numbers before you, estimated numbers, there is saving associated with combining 2 depots into one core depot because you're dropping one of the satellite depots. That is certainly there and is worth a consideration.
So if I may, I would like to hear from the mayor, his perspective on that question. But as a rural resident, I drive to these places to do my business because it's the right thing to do. On the urban side of things, you can argue that it's much more convenient for people in town to go to a shorter distance. But like I said, I live out in the rural and I drive that distance to make that business work properly. I don't know why the urban folks would not want to drive that distance that I'm driving to participate when there's cost efficiencies and savings. But that's my point of view.
I can answer that. I think you and I both know it has heavy use where it is. And lots of people go there. I know how I arrange my life, and I think maybe other people do. If I have to do something in that part of town, I go to Home Hardware. That's when I deal with my recycling. So I try to do my trips where they got to be. And I think most people in Creston would probably plan it that way. And I think a lot of people, because they have residential garbage pickup, they're not inclined to have to go to the dump if they don't want to. And I think my bigger concern is if we make it less convenient, I think there will be less product recycled. And so I think that, it's a double-edged sword. Take it out of town, you're still going to have your traditional recyclers. But I think there will be people that say, it's not going to bother. I'm going to put it back in my garbage because I have garbage pickup and it's easier for me. So I can't say that as a fact, but I'm speculating that's what happens.
Fair enough.
To me, this is why contract extension, whatever length, does allow for figuring this out. I always worry people aren't, and I'm gonna bring it up in the later item, as soon as you make it less easy to recycle, there's always a big black garbage bag. Town folks still have to, for styrofoam, some products, you can't have it in the box either. You need to do something, but then we don't want that stuff in a black garbage bag. I'm still thinking over the time frame. Like even a 1 year extension is a year and a half from now.
You're right. I
Right.
thought it was a March expiry. It is end of May, so it's a bit different.
If it's
Longer than I thought.
1 year and then options for one more and one more and one more, that gets us moving on this. I'm afraid we're gonna end up with 2 complete sets of hazardous waste roundabouts at $25,000 to $30,000 each. We're gonna add 50 to it, to the budget. We're gonna double up on that budget, not add 50, but that's just going on.
Let me add to this, from a staff side, we are trying to, turn up the heat a little bit on a couple of your programs that according to their plan would have had to have a facility in town, namely oil, assets waste and paint, household assets waste and paint. They, according to their plan, should have in town of this size and with the right distances to other depots, facilities here. We have pointed that out and we'll do more of that, lobbying with the ministry and the EPL programs. One of the ministry response letters you have seen, which failed the mark in the sense of saying, you need to talk to your contract partners in regards to the program. Fact is that with these programs, we do with RBC have a contract,
Sure.
but we have to some degree one with the major appliances. We do not hold any form of agreements with the used oil specializing space. The only time we have any contractual dealings with them is if they provide some form of subsidy and service to our events. So that is an ongoing discussion that's going on in the background that we are saying ministry's obligation to enforce the compliance of these EPR programs with their plan and not ours. So just as a side note, that's going on in practice.
It's good to know. So again, if we look at it as 1 year at a time, then 1 year contract extension is 18 and a half months from now. And 12 months from now, we can say, add another year. I mean, I don't want to leave staff in a quandary about how to budget this at budget time. But if we say 1 year, at least there's some pressure. Both sides of that to not have the issues we have around the hazardous waste roundups, to be able to maybe take advantage, like major appliance recycling has been good for us. It's my understanding. I don't know what's going to happen when we have mattresses and stuff. It just go to landfill anyway, I guess. But all these different programs, I'd still rather try to push to the 1 year at a time and just make a decision. Next decision, 1 year from now. We'll all still be here.
Did you have your hand up? I'll have to make the motion.
So the most efficient way is to combine in one central location. And yeah, got to make it easier for people. Otherwise you see these black bags, like they're already lying on the side of the road. I pick them up. My wife picks them up and she gets ticked big time. It's already occurring. Most people are not that way. There are some that will always be that way. They're not the ones that you're going to get no matter where you put this. Okay, so the opportunity that I see is allow a transition period to go on with the current location with the idea of moving it and expanding the landfill location because there is costs and efficiencies there, staffing and otherwise. And you know what? If it doesn't work, meantime, keep looking for an Eco Depot location. The converse of that is just keep going and spending the money on this location and this location while we're looking for a suitable Eco Depot. To me, I'm saying move it all a year, move it all over, see how it's responded to, see what the public is doing with it, with the idea of continuing to work on a second solution or an Eco Depot solution. And meantime, we can hopefully, when it comes to the RBC contracts, we can get them becoming more meaningful for us because we have some challenges with getting our allotment of funds from there. And I don't know how that's ever going to play itself out because it sounds like it's only been going on for a zillion years. So I don't know how you motivate and change that, no matter how many times we sit down in front of the minister. So that's kind of my knee-jerk thought on this right now.
Did you want to mention the boost in?
Yeah, we have received a significant increase, will be January 1st, a significant increase in reimbursement under the RBC program. So there's first successes, might not be quite there where we want it in regards to the amount of reimbursement and number of depots. But I think we have made a major step within BC. That's not just us, within BC in regards to concessions for rural sites in the reimbursement formula they are applying. So I think we can.
So we're not going to send them a $1 million invoice anymore?
Sorry.
It will cut to almost half potentially.
We'll send them for a $500,000 invoice now.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, if I may,
Please.
you have to understand the position RBC and the province actually comes from. When they talked about the producers paying for these programs, and they are talking about the second half of the book, meaning transportation from our sites, maybe some containers to get further studies, how we're going to transport it in, processing, the marketing of materials. They do not see the staffing of depots or providing depots as their business. So they really only, or only a small portion of that. So they feel that the formula that they have in place actually pays for what we need to provide the services to these communities. So there is a bit of a difference in what is an all-encompassing cost. And then there's the obvious difference in regards to their opinion versus ours, what reasonable service level is in regards to traveling distances to these facilities, i.e. our responsibility and the amount of people there versus what RBC provides as co-depots, which is 12 out of 20 million.
But we are adequately compensating there, I think, for not having 2.7 depots by population. The other thing you didn't mention, Uli, was the sunk costs for setup. And I think we're at the end of our 5-year payout there, but then we got to keep maintaining these extra shacks, fencing, bins, and replacement. Yeah, RBC didn't seem to think it would cost us any money to get into this business the way we've had to get into it because we didn't have the right setup with our prior system. But yeah, still a big subsidy. I don't think we should quit pressuring the ministry. That cute little saying in BC, recycling is free. They stopped saying that on television. But I think because they're too embarrassed. And it should be free or paid by the equal fee. I think that pressure has to stay. Sorry, Director Tierney.
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to hear from Manager Wilson as far as if you can see any downfalls to 1 year.
Option 2 with a 1-year initial contract.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I don't, especially if we have the options for renewals in there. And then if we, something comes up in the meantime, we can extend. And if not, we'll start to plan next year. I'd also like to ask a question if you would like to direct staff to investigate the site development costs to expand the Creston landfill to consolidate there, because that's one cost we don't have. Like we've identified the operational costs, but we don't yet know the capital costs, and because we haven't been directed to investigate that. So if that's something you're interested in, maybe you could provide a staff direction in that regard.
So that'd be separate. That might make sense. So back to Director Kearney, sort of on the current site. Did you want to make the recommendation?
Yes, I'd like to make the recommendation for a 1-year extension and,
New contract, 1-year contract with extension for 3 1-year
yes,
periods.
yeah, what you're proposing there. Sure.
Just point out, not a big deal, but a minor one is every contract renewal process. So there's a little bit of staff time involved in that, but that's about it.
So it's option 2 with the depot at 412 Allen Street, Crescent, BC, for up to so many dollars annually with 2% starting June 1st for a 1-year period, with the option of 3 1-year extensions upon mutual agreement and further.
Thank you, Chair.
So
Yes.
moved.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Director Bloom. Further discussion, Director Vandenberg.
So based on that conversation and based on what Manager Wilson just suggested, I will support that motion, and I will be putting forward another motion immediately thereafter.
Okay. Further discussion? Staff comment? So seeing none, all in favor? Okay, that gives us an 18-month window. Not really, because you gotta know where you're going within that 18 months. Director Vandenberg.
So-
Direction to staff.
Yes, the directions to staff to look into the, I don't know how you do it, but it's a cost feasibility of the current landfill position being the receptacle of all things garbage, I guess. I don't know, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in other words, what Amy was saying is just, let's have a look at that. What is that going to take to expand that so that it's a adequate facility? And of course, those costs along with that. We've got 18 months now, which I think is a reasonable period of time to look into that. And I think it's a great idea.
So the wording is there. It just wouldn't be a board recommendation.
Oh, option 3.
Option
Yeah.
3, just direction to staff. Investigate cost of expanding Preston landfill site.
So
I like the way I said it
Or
though.
do you want a board direction?
I have a question, staff, before we go too far.
Oh, sorry, well, Vandenberg.
Yeah, no. Yep.
Go ahead.
The intent is option 3.
As a direction to staff, but not a board recommendation.
What's the difference? Direction
Well,
to staff.
uh,
Recommendation.
does it make a difference to our general manager? On a
Yeah,
board resolution
So
for board planning?
Amy, let me first ask a clarification. Is this for a development of the recycling depot or an eco depot as well? Investigated on that.
Well,
side?
here's the interesting thing, if I may. Recycling for sure,
Yes.
because it's almost got it all anyway from the
Yeah,
car wash.
I mean, with that amount of traffic, we would go
So
around.
it would be an eco depot, I think. But here's the problem. My mental version of an eco depot is probably different than Roger's, is different than Gary's, is different than yours. We need to define what an eco depot, what are the elements within that eco depot at some point in time, so that we all clearly understand.
Can we introduce, Director DeBoon, you
Okay, so-
add your thoughts on that?
Well, so my question to that is, if we want to centralize stuff at the landfill and we want an depot, an eco depot in my mind is a closed building so that the things you bring there are not going to be rained on and have stuff leaking from them. Amy, is that correct?
Go ahead, please. Amy.
Through the chair, if I may, I was just at SWEMA, so Southern Interior Waste Managers Association conference in September, and we were in Kamloops and toured an eco depot that is jointly funded by the city of Kamloops and the TNRD. And it was a number of sea cans with a roof over the top. And so in that center place, they had a sorting table, and then all the materials went into the different sea cans on either side, and they had another. So yes, it does have to have protection, but I think we can, we could find a fairly cost-effective solution for it.
Yeah, and that was kind of my concern, is if we're going to the landfill, what sort of an actual facility, and if we could do it with CCAN, we'd still have to purchase them. As opposed to looking for a request for proposals for somebody that already has a warehouse type, and I know we've tried that, but I because we're trying to get an eco depot here somewhere and a provider, I think we should pursue that in the year or so that we have before we start moving towards trying to centralize everything at a landfill, where we may be able to have an alternate solution to it, especially if there is some sort of funding from Recycle BC or any financial incentive to get people to turn this into a business. Again, I think that's still the hard part. Not sure if we can do anything more. Right?
What you can expect is that you get from what is it called, the used oil group is very likely some form of funding for your oil containment tank, maybe as well towards the CCAN. Amy, do you know what Nelson Leaves received in that regard?
Yeah, through the chair, Interchange did fund the CCAN and like the oil containment unit inside the CCAN for the Leafs. So they have grants available for that infrastructure.
So for us, for a program like that, what would be some form of receiving contains spillage there perhaps.
So before going to Director Tierney, I'm not sure we should have another East Resource in 6 months, hopefully. And maybe it's a little too early to give clear direction to staff because we don't know what combination would make sense way south of town versus in town until there's a little bit of feeling out of the potential market. Who may be interested players? Not to say you can't recommend a direction to staff. Could we go to Director Tierney for a second?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just what came to mind is the potential cost savings from the staff costs involved if we combine the two together at one site at the landfill. The staff that are running the Eco Center, it may not be too much of a workload increase to have them dealing with both with all products at one location. That's all I wanted to.
So
Further to this conversation,
Sure.
that's fine. Excuse me. I don't feel compelled that I need to put this direction or motion in play right now. I think this conversation will come up. We're had this conversation. You kind of have a sense as to what we're talking about. And in 6 months may be the better time. But I will point out that as I visualize our community, the population is well beyond that of the core of Creston. So when I go to Erickson and I go to Canyon and Lister and West Creston and the Valley and Wendell, I mean, that's where your population is. That those are the people that are regardless, they have to go from point A to point B. So I just wanted to make that clear. But I think that as we've approved that option 2, I think that for me right now, that's adequate.
So we can refer option 3 as worded to the next East Resource Recovery meeting, and then I'll have a placeholder. It won't disappear.
Just as a side note, that discussion may very well be very interesting for the Western Sub-region as well. So they have the same issue. No people whatsoever, including no oil, I believe no paint as well.
Antifreeze.
They may be interested in whatever you do in regards to development of this type of in-house solution as a future for the Udashenia entrance area development to incorporate something like that. I could see. So I don't think you should be afraid to have any form of this discussion as well, John, if you feel so.
The wording might be awkward, but we could refer option 3 to say that April Joint Resource Recovery Committee meeting. Walter, Director Popoff is listening now, and it doesn't matter if it says Creston, it's just the concept. I'm just thinking of having a firm placeholder. So Amy, Uli, or Connie, or whoever has to work on it, knows they have to do something for that in April, be prepared.
I'm supportive of that, regardless, but regardless of whether we put that in, and that's fair for staff. It's gonna come up anyway.
So, somebody want to refer this option 3 to April joint second attorney, further discussion. So, all in favor? At least to give you a time to work on it. If you can't, we'll know well before then. If you're so close to getting some other information you need, you'll let us know. So thanks.
Before we leave this topic, I just want one more thing.
Oh, okay.
And I was directly to you. If we move the recycling out of town of Preston, they're gonna blame the mayor for that. It doesn't matter who did it or why, they're gonna blame the mayor for that. So I just want you to know that.
Okay, is that the good or the bad humor of the day? And thanks, Akani. I don't know if you have any other reports, but lots to deal with here. And next 18 months, we will solve it.
So that means you're running again.
I want to delay this.
Okay,
For
so
whatever.
I wanted to do a sound check, Director Popoff, Walter, if you don't mind. We, being such a small group, we meet all the time. Are we cross-chattering too much? Is the audio okay for you online there?
Yeah, I'm online. I'm listening. Good conversation. I think you've repeated it quite a few times, but still. And yeah, it gives me something to think about for West Resource Recovery.
Okay, I'm also worried about how effective this microphone is, but the sound is okay. We're not cutting in and out.
Yeah, the only sound was from the regional district office. That sound when, it had an echo on it. And I agreed with Director Vanderberg on that one. Other than that, you guys sound perfect.
Okay, good to know. Then we will move along. So we're item 4, quite a bit of sensitivity here for me. We have tipping fee assessment system efficiency study, made 3 recommendations for people closures. I see Kokanee Marina Park already has a press release that is closing. I think that was a long conversation to get there. And that's a lot of bins on that site. So Central was comfortable. Now you have the recommendation of what to do about Randall. Do we need a staff recap, or is this fairly clear to everybody? Who would be speaking to this? Is this me or Amy?
I can speak to it, Chair.
Sure. And okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I won't recap the entire report because the intention of the referral was specifically to the recommendation regarding Ryandale. So I'll just recap that the suggestion, the tipping fee and systems efficiency review looked at screened all of our sites based on sites that were under 50 kilograms per hour, as well as within 20 minutes of another location. And so with that screen, I think it's page 24 of the East Gripe agenda, or table 8 in the report, talks about the facility operating costs. So Winlaw, Kokanee, Weimer, and Ryandale fit that screen of those parameters. And so for the East subregion, the Ryandale depot was the one that was a recommendation to consider. And the annual operating cost for that site is $17,552. And when we look at the operating cost per ton of recycling, that's $1,463 a ton. So that's a very high value per ton. So the recommendation was to direct staff to consider, I'll pull up the actual resolution,
Closure in 2025.
to plan for the permanent closure in 2025. So it was asked to be referred here and so to have further discussion about it.
Okay, so if I can provide a few other elements, or
Yeah, maybe I add to this. So where this depot is different from others to some degree is that the community of Ryandale has actually its own waste service. So it acts like a community. They pay a contractor to remove the waste from 4 front load bins on a weekly, maybe bi-weekly basis. So the community actually pays for their waste removal and transport. I believe the waste is transported to the Crescent landfill. So there's actually an inherent savings to the waste service S186 from that activity being paid from that community and small area around that community. The other piece to that is the recycling depot is staffed, obviously, but there's a small component of that staff that looks after these bins in the sense of they are side by side. There is a bag tag system in place that they have a little bit of an eye on that's adhered to, and the staff time there half an hour a day per day. It's only 2 opening days, or 2.5 days, I should say. The collection service, the dual collection service, the rest is to the recycling service. So just as a background information, that's a combination of these two activities on a site. On a tech and piece of the older license, which is part of the overall cost.
Yeah, so the complications here, first, why I asked it be referred here, and second, I'm gonna ask if you guys would agree to refer this to January or a couple months away. So what Uli's talking about, so the locals there, they're paying 16,000 and change, maybe closer to 17,000 next year to have this system where it's a complete community. No, it's literally you can walk, or neighbor can walk if you can't walk, and drop your garbage and drop your recycle very conveniently. It's not a big drive. It's 20 minutes. Might be, depending on how you drive, if you follow the speed limit, be a minute over 20 minutes. But it's kind of not much different from instead of going from here to the car wash, town can just drive to the landfill site, save $130,000 a year. So, what makes sense for it comes down to, there's a hidden subsidy for the whole waste stream by locals between their user fee and requisition. It's almost half and half, pumping $16,000 into the system. Then part of that would be an additional cost to Parker and hauling out of there. The synergy it provides is great, having those, the recycle bin and the other opportunity and being able to kind of check on both one staff person, that's great. We could close it. Just vote, close it. Community won't be too happy. What I'm trying to do to give community heads up to think this through. We were told quite recently about this report and recommendation process. My first only opportunity to give the community a real heads up seriously was December 3rd, actually, where I said, I'm sending you right now this report that says we're going to close something on you that's tied, linked to the other service you're paying separately. And I said, Commission Chair, put it on the January agenda. And I want people to think about this hard, because you guys have to think about cost savings. Even though we just skipped over the theoretical $130,000 a year cost saving by making people drive to the landfill and rest of it. This is another substantial, worth $10,000, even if you take that hidden offset out. I want the community to think about maybe they should be paying more, but would we have to do a bylaw amendment, establishment bylaw for this little S189, where S186, 87, 88 are the big waste businesses, 189. Maybe a bylaw amendment. It'll say that they will cover a greater percentage of staff cost up there to peel away another $5,000. Maybe they'll finally put the bag tag cost up a little bit and pull in more money, because you save more than the $3 of gas, not driving from Greendale to Proper Bay back at today's gas prices, then the tag cost you just to walk over and throw it in the bin. But I want community to have that opportunity. So, a couple of hundred houses up there and more along the road that might use it. It's a similar thing. They won't worry about it unless the garbage opening day is the day the libraries, the reading center is open. And they do coordinate that stuff.
They should.
Or the day they're doing something else.
Just to add to this, the numbers you're quoting are going up because we added a bin and we had significant contract cost increases when we formalized the contract with the hall service provider.
Yes.
So that number is going up without additional contribution to the overall.
And maybe community recognized might be 2 bumps in cost. The other thing they get, aside from the few hundred people that live there all year, is a big surge of summer visitors who just have beer bottles, cans, garbage and stuff that they'll leave wherever, jam it wherever they can. So I'm reluctant to see this collapse. If we lose the recycle, the waste, I want some time to think this through and have the community say, look at these future costs and what else should we be paying for. Also want to know your opinion. Do we cater to a little tiny site like this? Sure, with Duluth, Vandenberg.
Go back to what I said, if they close it here, they blame the mayor. If they close it there, they're gonna blame Gary Jackman.
Yeah, but I'll get blamed for something there
Yeah, no,
anyways.
and that's not the biggest issue here, of course, but I do think that it,
First they blame me.
We have Louis phone book.
Yeah. no, I think it's a good step to consult with the community before a decision is made, because if it's important to them, they will perhaps see the value in it and want a subsidy, then that's an option you'll be given. And so if they don't see the value in it, there's your answer. But I because they have not been consulted, and I think that the service is important to them. And again, it is a busy place in summer. I bear testimony to that. And that's when all your beer gets consumed and a lot more popular. So there is definitely a generation of it up there in the summertime, a higher generation of that type of waste in summer. And again, let them have their say on it before decisions made. That's my point of view.
I don't know how long Director Popoff's hand has been up for. I guess I could check chat, but do we want to go ahead, Director Popoff and Vandenberg, Tierney? Everybody has a thought. It is on this, Director Popoff?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's interesting listening to the conversation, but tell me if I'm out of order and you guys can continue your conversation. What I'm looking at is the closure of the Winlaw Depot. And, and I'm sure you're looking at the Ryan-Dell. What would help, and I wanted to defer to have Wes have a discussion on this separately and see where we're going. And I realize that we're not having that much, stuff returned to the Winlaw Depot, and it is a costing amount. But what would help the West make their decision is how many kilograms are being accepted at the Winlaw Depot as compared to the core depots. For example, I'm not looking at Ochishania or Nakus, but the residents will either have to go to Slocan, which is a core depot, or Crescent Valley, which is a core depot. How many kilograms are being accepted in Slocan as a core depot, and how many kilograms are being accepted in Crescent Valley? So if we close Winlaw, you're probably going to have the same problem. Those recyclables will either have to go to Slocan or Crescent Valley. Logically, it'll be Crescent Valley because everybody travels south. Not likely, they're going to Nelson or Castlegar. It's more convenient for them. So that's something that I'd like to see as figures when we discussed this at West Waste. And I was hoping we'd have our meeting here before the January meeting so we'd have a decision adjoined for you, but obviously we're not going to have that meeting. So our first discussion on that will be during our budget meeting.
I think they're embedded less than 50 kilograms per hour at all 3D sites. Do you have the number in your ruling?
Yeah.
Here?
Tonnage we have, but it's hard to.
50 kilograms per hour.
Less than.
Less than 20 kilometers.
Amy, you have a specific.
Yes,
Sure.
through the chair, the specific weight for Ryandale was 46 kilograms per hour.
Kilograms per hour. So if a couple more people threw their stuff in there, we wouldn't be talking about this. Winlaw, I think Director Popoff was interested just for comparison. Do you have that on the same sheet?
Winlaw is 22.
Quite a bit less.
Yeah.
But I think Randall's exceptional because they take the garbage back down. Thanks. Further, Director Popoff?
No, that information is good information. 22 will kind of basically drive towards closure or Winlaw. And then the next thing that we'd have to take a look at is it would probably end up in Crescent Valley. Do we expand the Crescent Valley hours or not? So, and that's something that would be a discussion.
We'll charge you more for being out of town.
Anyway, you're next on the speakers list.
Oh, that was my inside voice that popped out. Sorry about that.
You thought. Vandenberg, then Terry, please.
So just to qualify, Riondell, so you said service 189.
189 is another waste service. It's
Okay,
unique.
but that's not even in my bailiwick to be able to.
Yeah, I have to deal with that. And we-
Okay, so you're asking for some input. And so my next question would be is what is the true savings in taxpayers there? If you close that down, you said like 17,000 or you said it's subsidized half or what is the real number?
I don't know that we need to work the tonnage, the Croft Bay, hauling cost of Wayside. Sort of.
Isn't it not in the report?
Sorry,
It's a separate issue.
can I clarify the question? Is your question about the savings to
What-
S-186?
It would be at 189.
If,
Well, how does 186 fit into this
if
then?
189 closed, the collection of that volume of waste would be at Crawford Bay, and then the hauling of it would be under S-186. But because we collected at Greendale, the hauling of it is under S-189. I don't know what that hauling contract is. It's not a one-to-one. It's
So
still.
just so I'm clear, the JHD report
Yep.
that is coming out with this recommendation. The question is around the service that it affects here now is S-189.
No.
No.
They omitted the impact, advantage or disadvantage of 189 on S-186. Did not consider it.
Okay,
That's why
so then
once-
my question is back to what is the cost savings, I'm gonna call it that, to 186/189 if you close that down to taxpayers?
Through the chair, if I may.
Please.
The annual operating cost was at 17,000, and so that includes staffing, supplies, satellite hauling. So that would be ongoing annual decrease. So the draft budget for A116, the recycling service, currently has the intention to continue Ryandell. So if we were to close it, then whatever point in the year it was closed at, that would be reduced from A116, which is funded other than the Recycle BC incentives, by S186.
But that's one side.
Yeah.
If the recycle shuts down and they have to drive to property for recycle, the residents can save themselves another 17,000 a year by shutting down S-189. And now S-186 will pay for the hauling that garbage to Creston. That's the unknown number. How much is that?
Or the alternative, if they continue the service, is S-189, have to make a difficult decision, do I staff it or not? And if they staff it, then they have a significant cost increase because now the staff is permanently there for the 4 or so hours the depot is open 2 times a week. Or they don't supervise it, they have minor cost impact, just a little bit of cost in regards to tag losses or illegal disposal, but yeah.
This does not show up on that chart.
So I didn't bring my big book. So what is the total? What is the budget for 189 max total right now?
So S-189 is funded by the residents there, not by
I get that,
anybody else.
but I'm
here.
trying to draw a
So
correlation
it is-
between 17 plus 17 is 34 to the total budget.
Tax tipping fee, tax
Oh,
tipping fee.
small.
Yep.
It's the whole thing.
Same order of magnitude as the recycle.
Because when I look at 186, that's a $5 million budget.
Yep.
And so in my mind, at 17 grand or 34,000, it's insignificant that we spend this much time talking about it. So, but then compared to 189, now that I understand that, it's the whole thing.
Highly significant. to that.
Sorry, this would go up, that cost would go up, so if you take some of that $17,000 saving that you put in somebody's pocket, being all your residential users or payers in the Eastern Subregion, but you take a bit more money out of the residents in the Randall area to do additional things here, or you fold that service. So that's the situation. That's the difficult decision Randall residents will have to make.
So if I may make one more comment,
Yes.
you're getting input from me. I'm just looking at this from 360.
I need that.
The last thing that I'm going to say is we paid a consultant some money to go out and find efficiencies within our system. They have come back with a very good looking report. And the recommendation is to discontinue with Ryondell, Winlaw, and some others. Just want to point that out. So how much do we put into the work that our consultant did? That's the other thing that I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of.
Since 50 kilograms is a magic number opposed to 46, which it is not, I think Director Newell made this point the other day about how many square feet of a house you can have or whatever. Within less than 10% of some target number that's arbitrary, I don't put much into that equity community impact. Previous conversation, we can save $130,000 a year if we close the car wash site, move it up the hill. Didn't seem to put a lot of time into that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just looking for time to talk to this community,
so
do the right thing. If they pay more, or if they don't think it's working, they get in their cars and drive.
I think Arnie said it best. You got to check in with them. You're so close to the line.
Sorry, Director Kearney.
Yeah, good points. I want to cut to the chase, and basically, I think totally agree that Director Jackman should be given the time to consult with his residents and make the best decision, or them to make the best decision for them. And as far as the residents taking it to Crawford Bay, I imagine most of those residents go quite often to either Creston or Nelson. Not too far a drive into Crawford Bay if you're going to the ferry. And so it's not going to make a huge difference gas-wise. I don't think they just save it and deposit it while they're doing something else. Anyways, the holiday people, the vacationers, yeah, there's maybe an issue there, but a lot of those people are from Creston, Nelson, et cetera, and they take those recycles home and have a better opportunity to raise funds in the community, collecting beer cans. Anyways, I totally support Director Jackman taking back those people and figuring it out.
Yeah, we do collect the cans and bottles, both Crawford Bay and Boswell. It raised tens of thousands of dollars a month through the Lions Club and the Boswell Memorial Hall Society.
Especially in the summer, I can imagine.
We don't get the collected at Greenhill right now.
Yeah, one
But
more.
people say,
Yeah, maybe while Director Popoff's in Ottawa, he could lobby the government for us there for a few more dollars.
So can I refer this item to the next East Resource Recovery Committee, which might be 4 to 6 months from now? With your permission, I'll move so moved. Do I have a second? Moved, seconded.
So, sorry, then, in that case, we can discuss it at budget discussion as well. Just we need instruction what we do on the budget.
Yeah, yes. Yes. All in favor? And I don't mind the time on this, because what if Yak changes the situation there and or all these other nuances? We can obviously run the system at a lot lower cost. And it's kind of like recreation, make decisions based on more than what's possible. It's a struggle. Thank you. Item 5, financial update. It's
Chair Jackman, before you go ahead, I have a
yes.
question, clarification
Please.
on this. Did you guys
Go ahead.
just move to close the Ryondell Depot?
No, we deferred the decision so that I've already started the commission of management looking at it. I can get a community conversation going because it impacts another service independent from us today.
Okay, so you just deferred it for your budget discussion.
Well, deferred it for a future meeting. We can make a budget decision today that may require a financial plan amendment or something else happen down the road. We only have a little bit of time to do that.
Okay, so it's deferred indefinitely till you get feedback from your community.
Because it's so close.
Well, yeah, not indefinitely. we'll see how the committee receives Manager Wilson's good news about total budget reduction for 2025.
I haven't even said that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Drop the bomb a little later.
So, sorry, the first one is East Compost financial update before we get into the entire budget. So is that Elaine or Amy, you're covering that?
Yes, through the chair.
Please go ahead.
This report was actually originally written as a financial plan amendment request, but after consultation with finance, they suggested that it wasn't necessary, and so we still wanted to present it for information. So the A119 compost service in the east has encountered some cost overruns, largely due to there was annual cost adjustment from 2023 that was not paid in 23 and was and paid out in 24. I think it was about 19,000. Also, the cost increase for the ongoing payments in 24 were about another 19,000 over the budgeted amount for 24. And additionally, we've had to do a number of leachate pond drainings, and they're around $10,000 each. In this report, the values quoted actually reference more the three drainings and noted that there might have to be a fourth. And I can report that actually we've already done the fourth. It was necessary due to the weather and the pond levels. So that value is what's in the budget that we'll discuss later. So largely, it was just to identify that this budget could see some cost overruns in some accounts, but overall, the budget doesn't run a deficit.
But that we don't need to be proactive with an amendment. We're aware of it. We see how it shakes out in 2025. Is that what Yev recommends?
Yes, that's what.
There's no financial plan amendment. We carry whatever is there as a deficit over into the next service. This is to give directors a heads up that this is occurring in the background. It is part of the overall consideration in the 2025.
So we're not allowed to run a deficit knowingly? But this is
no, you're not allowed to
plan the deficit.
plan
Yeah,
that.
and this has happened. So we didn't plan this. We can make an amendment next Thursday. It's really no different from the adjustment won't be booked until next year.
It's futile. I think the important part is that we in public meeting report out what cost overruns we have by. Financial plan amendment is really futile because in a few weeks you have a new document where you incorporate that anyhow, and the numbers are on the table. And so important is that both you as directors and the public has access to information if we have any cost changes in comparison to the estimated cost at budget.
So we know there's whatever, $21,000, we know what happened in there.
Yeah.
Any questions on this item, or do you want to deal through the whole budget, director manager?
Right, so are we going to talk about this again later on in the agenda, or we just want to comment on the report that has been provided, which thank you for that, for our information. What are we going to do? Because I will have specific budget questions as we get to certain things.
If I may suggest, Chair,
Yes.
any questions relating to these specific overruns? I think we could discuss now. The overall budget question, budget development, suggested budget discussion. That would be my suggestion.
Then I'm good for now.
Okay, so we'll just move to the main budget. Sets of budget discussions. Okay, thanks, Amy. So we will go to item 6, which is 5-year financial plan draft. So you want to do, I guess, yeah, it's 186, 116, and 119. Everybody has their sheets. Where would you like to start?
Through the chair, let's see the waste service. I'll just share my screen here and try to note the line numbers. Are you able
So I
to?
just would like to point out again, and we think we covered this last year, the notes portion that Amy and staff have put in, are putting, phenomenal. I really want to say thank you for the detail that you put into the notes side of things. Again, because it's lovely.
And we can't see anything on the screen except they're gonna highlight, and we can just find that on our sheets in front of us, I guess.
But we do have paper copies on the table.
So if you list a line item as you highlight it, we'll find it fastest.
Yeah.
So getting started with requisitions, 2025 has a 10% increase. That actually was the same increase proposed in our current financial plan. So there actually wasn't a change there. And then it would be moving to a 7% in 26 and down to 3% increases in the subsequent years.
And can I ask on that, so all of that kind of stuff, the towns already have that budgeted for themselves, and the same with tipping fees?
We passed bylaws on, I think we did this, we passed the bylaws on water waste, or not waste, sewage, and mostly, I don't think we passed it on this one yet.
Okay, because I saw a City of Nelson article saying we've jumped the price 10%.
Letter went out that an increase in disposal rates for mixed waste is likely up to 8%.
Okay,
So that's the cap that we set for the towns and cities to do.
and that's on tipping fee, though, not
That's
straight
the tipping
requisition. Okay, thanks. So you mean maybe I should have waited.
No problem. Yes, and as Elise said, we did send out notification both to municipalities and to all of our commercial account holders that we would, pending board approval, would expect a 5 to 10% tax or tipping fee increase. And we will have a report going to joint next week that discusses that further, and sort of in regards to the tipping fee study. So there's this 10% increase, and as well as some future years projections and other materials other than just. So this tipping fee increase that you'll see in lines 8 through 11, that is a 10% increase across the board. So it's not just on mixed waste, but it was to all materials, which is the same process we did last year in regards to targeting all the materials, not just one material. And then again, through after 25, we do still have a 3% tax increase. All of the waste services had a 3 to 5% tax increase projected, or sorry, tipping fee increase projected. So this is a little higher than we were putting in last year's budget, but in an effort to balance tipping fee and tax increases, they both now have a 10% increase for 2025. Any questions before I move on?
Only that if you're going to increase user fees and increase tipping fees, tipping fees, same thing. Taxation. Is that saying that overall the operation is costing 10% more?
That's long-term capital needs driving requisition, is it not, more or less?
Okay, that needs to be explained though for when this goes public.
So I suggest that we go through this and then loop back to
Okay.
the revenue side, because the revenue side is fully driven by the expense reasons. Where you have input for changes on the expense that would then change. You see it up here. Just one comment. Generally speaking, if you want to consider, and we are able to, and I not deep enough right now in this budget to conclude that, if there is intent for smoothing increases over the years, that we can have that discussion then.
10% tippings, I see that as policy driven, and all of taxation, that's regulation driven. Sure, so please, Amy, maybe go through cost side, and then we'll, as Willie says, do that.
Okay, is your preference that I try and touch every line or just try and touch highlights? And if there's questions, if anything I've missed, that you can pipe up and I'll circle back to it?
Highlights, okay, sure.
Highlights.
Sure, please.
So the items that are a regular ongoing item and haven't seen much difference or not much difference, especially from what we projected 2025, I will just sort of skim over. One thing I'll point out in proceeds from borrowing, so that's line 19 through 25. There were a handful of projects that for the Creston landfill, and I'll discuss this a little bit more in the capital projects, that we have changed the timeline on based on a fill plan that we received from our consultants for what we're in now, phase 2, and we have a longer time period before we have to do some of these capital projects. So they've been deferred. But what I did leave comments to point out is that, this closure was a $1.7 million borrowing that was on line 20. So I just wanted to make sure that it remained noted in the budget because it is a pretty big ticket item. So anyways, that and the borrowing costs would start potentially around 2020 or 2030.
Can we ask while we're here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
All right. So back when we started talking about this a little while ago, I had asked the question, can we equate this to a cost per cubic meter? So it's because my concern was that we're overpricing this for our septic haulers and that sort of thing. There's got to be some degree of balance that what they're currently, the services that they're offering our community doesn't become cost prohibitive because we are amending or changing or modifying our current method of receiving septage. So I want to bring that back to the table, and I don't know if that's exactly right here, but to me the logic is the cost per cubic meter. What does that mean in terms of cost per cubic meter? That the hauler has to charge or has to pay and then has to charge his customer. When does that become cost prohibitive? So I'm just throwing that out there.
So that's line 24, we have the borrowing to contribute to the town. And then the revenue side of that, is that in here? Or the fees that'll result to the haulers or the users of the septage? Is that in here somewhere? It's further down, it is.
Yeah, through the chair, the tipping fee right now for septic, I believe, is at or going to $90 a ton this year. And the cost estimates by the consultants from the town of Creston, I think, put the tipping fee in the 100, it used to be 115. I think it's more in the 125 range.
So that's what it'll go up to once we put all this money in for the upgrades. Remind me again, this is driven by interior health?
The septage?
Yep.
No. So this is driven, quick history and really without history. So lagoons, landfalls, standard approach to septage for the times at some point recognized sensitivity of the location of the landfall that wasn't a suitable approach. The lagoon was in agreement with the town of Creston created at the town of Creston wastewater facility. The lagoon is built to standards at the time. There's likely some precipitation in the ground from these lagoons. From these lagoons, the waste is pumped through the wastewater facility and treated there. The revenue stream is collected on a basis type from the haulers. Is ultimately the revenue is split between the town of Creston half and us half. As regional district cost is emptying these pits, mixing it with wood chips, hauling it to the landfill and dispose it. The town's cost is hosting that pit, treating the materials. The concern is that there is potentially a long-term environmental liability from these lagoons. For years, the town has put us on notice that they want to get rid of these lagoons. We need to find a solution. The proposed solution from regional district side was to continue to treat at the wastewater treatment facility instead of building somewhere a greenfield treatment facility for these wastes for a comparably low volume. The town is set up relatively well. They have specific treatment sections in their treatment plant where they already treat high-strength waste, BPR, for the brewery waste. So they are actually set up relatively well to receive these materials. What is required to protect the treatment plant is a proper receiving facility that does pre-screening, grinding FEP, a preliminary monitoring of the quality of the waste before it is then in a controlled way incorporated into the facility. That receiving facility is around 1.65 million. Our problem, the bigger problem than the rates I see currently is that the town has a design underway in order to obtain cost efficiency. They have combined their treatment plant upgrades and this facility in a single contract, which makes total sense in regards to engineering cost. Where we ran against the wall was that we had initial indications from Ministry of Environment as that our resource recovery plan, there was comment that this is liquid waste, not solid waste. After we followed up with ministry staff, they indicated clearly in a letter or in an email saying, we very much support this approach to deal in this fashion with this waste, which we concluded that we are able to use the resource recovery plan identified following to create this facility. When it came to the bylaw approval process for this borrowing, all of a sudden Municipal Affairs, backed by Ministry of Environment, said, no, you can't do this under the resource recovery plan. You need to own liquid waste management. We said that's a little bit of baloney. In other words, having to do this process on something that is of environmental benefit, that has been publicly discussed as part of the resource recovery plan, no different process than a liquid waste management plan, by having public consultation built in. We had approval for this plan. So where are we going? There was no compromise to be obtained. Ministry of Environment, we asked about the staff statements, stated that staff cannot make that authorization. Only the director or minister, only the minister can override this law, if you want to, that this is liquid waste and can be incorporated into our solid waste management. So that's where we stand right now. We have some urgency in regards to completing the design portion that is currently funded actually by a grant that we have. And the urgency is we need to be able to hold these funds. Town staff has most recently suggested we go through an alternative approval process for this whole thing. We have currently, I don't know if it's sent out, Amy sent out a letter saying we would like to have formal council approval of that approach. Part of that is if we go to tentative approval process under service S-186. That means everyone, including the town, is part of that borrow initially. Even that our intent is to finance it fully through user fees, initially the borrowing is done under this waste service. Even that the town has only 20 or 30 septic connection permits. We deal with their wastewater through their wastewater treatment facility. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay. Is the current system operational?
The
Septic pits.
Yep.
The lagoon is operational,
Okay.
but likely
So
may cause if I'm.
does the brewery waste streams complicate those current waste streams?
No.
Okay.
They're contributing money as well. Aren't they very
Yeah, they're a large contributor, actually, surprisingly.
to the receiving station?
Because I know a little bit about lagoons. Used to be septic and designer installer. So
So, sorry, these lagoons are not treatment lagoons. They are only containment until the material is pumped.
Cycling
Sort of treatment plant. They are not set up with any form of aeration
so
or
typically not evaporation is a component of the lagoon.
evaporation.
Okay.
It's not good.
All right. So you have the lagoon size this big. So you have to deal with the effluent.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if it was this big, you have evaporation. That's a way of building lagoons. Okay. So then it's a standard of level of treatment with the effluent leaving the lagoon. That's where the money is going to go to improve the holding and handling of that and
Minimize
testing.
the disruption to Creston's system. We need to handle
Okay.
it differently.
Okay. Where's my other thought on this? So it's not a problem of, from time to time, you have to clean the lagoon. Okay, and it's not a problem of those wastes, those solids going to, I presume it's going to go to a landfill. Okay, where you can actually farm that on soils and blend it in if your leads aren't too high. So it's what we were doing in Leduc County.
Yeah, there's a lot of regulations meanwhile in handling these types of.
Your TPH and your leads have to be a certain, and then you can soil farm it on haylands and that sort of
They've
thing.
changed those
But that's not the issue.
I think they're tightening up those regulations.
But it's crazy. Anyway, I'm just trying to understand where we're at, why we're at where we're at. So my final question is, this money that you're looking at borrowing is for the purpose of, it's not for the engineering part of it, it's actually for the project getting built part of it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then my final question is, what if we don't do anything? What if we just wait?
The town of Creston has put us repeatedly on notice that they will close these lagoons. They have given us multiple extensions.
But they can't close the lagoons. They have their own septic running through there.
They can use these lagoons for their 20 septic connections that they have. All allow public access.
So we're spending like $2 million on a project for 30 some,
For all rural residents, plus 28 lots in town. Be able to provide somewhere for all rural residents, 7-inch.
so the majority user is rural.
Yes, and that's why.
By
the
far.
user pay bigger fees, we'll pay the company that pumps and pay this back. That way town doesn't have to pay.
So I guess
larger
that-
part of the population in the eastern sub-region that is septic service. All the rural areas plus 20 in town.
So, and I guess I do have one, and thank you, but I do have one more question. What is the term payback then, if you're going to increase the user fee to offset this borrowing?
So the best information we currently have is that 125 number that would pay for both the operations, assumed operations cost and capital cost. So there is the operations contribution to the town of Creston to treat these wastes is included in the 125. That's the best number we have at this point.
We don't know what the
We have
payback
better
is.
numbers once the facility is tendered,
Right.
and then we likely will have to tweak these costs from time to time based on the operations cost that is discussed and negotiated between the town and the insurance.
Thank you for that.
I think the bottom line is bringing us into compliance with the municipal waste regs.
Well, sometimes they're just too far out there. Sometimes it's better just to
Sometimes
push back.
So if I may point that out, certainly he's always a proponent of pushback and clarification and reasonable application of regulation. But we cannot forget that we have recent examples where Ministry of Environment did put down the hammer. One example, excuse me, is Revelstoke or Golden, I believe, Amy, where they actually shut the lagoons down, period. No service. You can haul wherever you want now. No replacement, they are out of compliance, these lagoons are closed.
There's the risk.
And the bottom line here, I think, in the financial plan shift, Amy, we're not gonna do the one closure till beyond this 2030, but we are going to try and borrow this money in 2025. Town can own what it can get on with it, we'll reset fees to pay for it. User fees.
Thank you for that explanation. It clears up a lot of
And,
things.
and this is not, we have similar problems throughout the region. Septic is a big issue for us going forward as a regional district. Plus Ministry of Environment, after many, many years not even looking in that direction. This is hitting their horizon.
Kind of hard to expand your town. Bring in housing.
It's expensive. So we've got through borrowing. Should we go to, back to you? Please.
Okay, thank you. So this next section is the transfer from reserves. So there's a couple different types of reserves we're pulling from. So on line 28, that's from regular reserves. So there's a variety of smaller projects usually that we fund those through. We are intending to have we had a bit of change. The next two are in regards to the supports the purchase of the Lower Kootenay Band lands. So originally on line 29, we had intended to fund the lands purchased through regular reserves. I've moved that. The lands purchase won't happen before the end of the year, so the funds for that are moving into 2025. The purchase price of the property has gone up. So that is the 515 that we now have in 2025. So that was from a stabilization reserve. We also have the 300,000 for the economic development contribution, and that currently is still expected to occur in 2024. So that's where it's budgeted here. If that doesn't happen before the end of the year, that would have to roll into 25.
Yeah, as an update to that, if I may, just spoke recently to Curtis. So LKP staff, they have very full council agendas, but he was going through an attempt to have it on the next council meeting, that agreement for the economic development, get approval, as well as the agreement for the acceptance of the
Land value.
So just as an aside, there's two new counselors that sit on the council now.
Yeah.
So they're going to be swimming, drinking from a fire hose. Might be a great time to slide it through.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that he wanted to bring it forward. I think there's another one coming over, but it's difficult to explain all that history to somebody who's coming on just now.
Those two new councillors might have been in the room with 100 people when Uli and I sat in the gym down there, 10 years ago? They may already know.
I think they're still in high school.
One of the two was an existing councillor who got reelected. So
Yeah.
I think there's only one that's actually moved.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, yep, this makes sense.
Line 31 is some funds that we are projecting for the phase 1 CE berm design and tender works. And we're pulling that 225 from, we have a landfill liability reserve. So, and this is a suitable scope of work to pull from that reserve. When we pull from that reserve, we do have to be careful that it has to meet a certain, or maintain a certain value, and we have to have a plan to replenish it to keep to that value. Right now, I think this value doesn't require a significant impact in this year, but we might have to, change where a reserve contribution in future years that might have gone to regular reserves may need to be transferred into replacing this landfill liability. But at the moment, it'll go into one or the other, so it isn't an impact to the budget.
And Amy, that one is calculated every so many years to make sure we're meeting that long term
Every year.
every year. So every year. Okay.
On line 32, that is, we had a Growing Communities Fund grant, and that was earmarked for the Creston Septage project. So what we're doing there is using part of it, about 100,000, that's an estimate at present, for the design and engineering works that the town of Creston is working on for that project. And then the 15,000 in 25 is just the remaining balance. So whatever is not spent in 24 would increase this amount here in 25, and I will within the project, obviously, of 1.6 million, we'll use up that Growing Communities Fund quite quickly. But
So the engineering is not completed yet for the septage project?
I think it is.
So why are we paying more money towards the engineering?
Were you able to hear that, Amy? Is it going to be a retroactive payment to town for most of the work they've done on that design?
through the chair, that funding is design, tendering, and some of the construction supervision. So when, as Uli mentioned, when we had the issue with the municipal affairs decision on boring it under the Environmental Management Act requirements, we actually asked the town to pause any works on the septage facility because we wanted to confirm how we're going to move forward on it. So I don't know. I know that because they're not just working on the septage; they're also working on a head wall upgrade. So the project might be moving forward on the other part. At present, I think the design works have paused for the septage.
The head wall, is that the access, how the trucks come in and turn, that kind of stuff? Like the site access, is that?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
When you say head wall, is that how the trucks enter the site, turn back in, that kind of thing? It's not the actual box that receives the sewage, but it's all the site works around it?
Through the chair, you'll have to ask the town of Creston or possibly Uli. I'm not familiar with that part of the project.
What's the password? Uli stepped out of the room. That's fine. I'll learn about it later.
Can I pull your table forward? Because then you're closer to the mic, might help. I don't know.
Can you hear us most of the time, Amy?
Yes, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
Yep.
No, actually, you guys are loud and clear. And then line 33, that is 200,000 withdrawal from the regular reserves that we took out for the A119 compost service pond capital works. So that was money from the regular reserves of the S186 that basically just funneled through the service to move into the compost service to fund those capital works. And because that service doesn't yet have sufficient reserves. So then getting into the prior year surplus, and unfortunately, Yev's not here to help explain this, but there's new accounting standards that occurred, and our auditors went through a large process with our finance department to determine the asset retirement obligations. And so essentially, further down, you'll see a line called provision. So usually funds left the service and went into this landfill liability statutory reserve, but it sat outside the service. And this new regulation has made it so that they had to do a bunch of calculations. And so now this $770,000 is not truly an operating surplus. That is that asset, that landfill liability that we've been contributing over the years coming back into the service. And you'll see further down that is going into, I think 620-ish, off the top of my head, 100,000 is being funneled right into the landfill liability reserve. So I believe the actual operating surplus was about $50,000 over the budgeted or projected 87,000. So I think it's in the 120-30 range for the operating surplus.
And Uli is back now.
Can I ask a question through the chair to Amy? Landfill liability reserve, we are showing as opening balance for 1,043,682 coming in, and then it's end with 1,043. So 1,043, really the number that includes already the 682 contribution, or is that the number before we add this?
That includes
Opening and closing seems to be the same number.
From 2024 to 2025.
okay.
In 2024 projected year end, yeah.
Is the same as 2025.
I will check on that. That's there is a likely that get added in. This number I actually just got this last night. I added it in this morning.
Yeah.
So,
I need to go back to school because this provisions kind of term comes up once in a while. I would love for you to explain to us this kind of background booking entry and I've had Heather Smith try to explain some of it to me. It's uncomfortable to see a huge number that appears and disappears. Is that your question?
It kind of is. So I'm going to, Amy, I'm on S186, line 33. I'm going back a little bit, and you'd commented on the transfer of the 200,000 to A119. When I look at A119, I'm not seeing that reserve transfer come in unless it's blended with in line 11.
we don't have them quickly, but yes, it was included with the regular transfer from that service. So it is, you'll see in 2024, I think it was around 600,000 and normally it's around 400,000. So it didn't have a separate line item. It was just a one transfer from this service to that service.
Okay, so it went into line 11.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, that's where our public gets all messed up trying to read it.
And
I could have a separate line item for that. I don't know that's something that'll be overly reoccurring, but that's a good point. I could separate those to make that clear.
but that was in last year's budget, 684,401, right? Or that. So we would have had a year ago, public, there's only one member of public on this. A year ago, the public would have seen that.
Yeah, and in all fairness, I neglected to read the notes, and the note says it. So my apologies. I just like hearing myself talk, I guess, from time to time.
So, Chair, what I was going to point out with the landfill liability and the provisions. So I'm really happy because this is finally moving this to reserves. It's visible, the numbers there are not split over something that is somewhere in the background, an accounting exercise, and invisible to us. So we always struggle with these numbers that are somewhere in a surplus or in a provision account or whatever that are not in the normal statement. So moving this to reserves finally deals with like the same way with all our reserves. It's visible, it's on your financial plan statement. We can actually quantify that at any given time.
Fair enough. I just need to learn the language and understand it a little better. You're back to line 33.5, I guess, Amy?
Okay, well, and we already went over line 39. In 2025, we're expecting carrying about a $20,000 surplus. That'll be pending all the year-end values, so near our budgeted amount, I suppose, is the summary there. So before I move into the expenses section, was that it for revenues?
I think so. No other questions here, Carrie Ann?
Great. So moving into the salaries, the bigger change here is that we are expecting to combine the wastewater and LFA into all being LFAs early in the new year. So that's why you're not seeing a budget continuing on line 52. They will all be incorporated into line 54.
Landfill attendant.
Sorry, acronyms. I should, yes. Wastewater's and landfill attendants.
Okay.
And, the reason for that is that the collective agreement requires us to allow breaks, and we've been having a very hard time accommodating that. So if they can be the same staff and all union, they can change and sub each other out. So it overall will be more cost effective and ensure that we're able to provide those breaks to staff. So that's the reason for that change there. Currently, all the salaries have a estimated 3.3% increase, and then 3% increases in future years. So there's not a significant difference to a number of the other accounts. One thing I did want to bring up to conversation is for line 67. Currently, the director fees are split 70% waste in this service, 20% recycling, and 10% organics. Our staff has asked if we should consider reducing the percentage allocated to organics now that we have moved into operations. They didn't feel like we brought things about the compost facility to take up 10% of that allocation. I haven't changed it. I wanted to see if you had objections to that.
I don't rely on your best estimate. Is it more like 5 or something? Or I wouldn't want to see a number like 6 or 7 that maybe would make it sound as though it's a precise calculation. You have to kind of explain. Round numbers are nice stuff. What would you move it to?
We were going to propose 5%.
And then you propose that to all of the subregions. You want this to be consistent, right?
We
Go ahead.
We were going to propose it for the central and west as well, yeah.
So 70, 25, 5, because you spend more time on recycling, it seems, and I don't know. Where would you put the 5%?
We were going to put it back to increase the waste to 75.
I guess whatever, go with that.
Good judgment. Go ahead. I don't know that it really matters a whole lot.
Can I, for one moment, go back to the salary, just a heads up? The union agreement has in fact expired, I believe, March 2024.
Correct.
So there is the negotiation will affect somewhat backwards salaries depending on outcome of the negotiations.
So 3.3% may not in fact be the number.
3.3 is forward looking and maybe a retroactive. That's not in here.
This is a moon number. This to be negotiated. We just got to put an assumption in here.
And yes.
So I'd like to have a conversation around line 65 and 67. I'll start with 65 first. So and it's going to cover all three of these services. So we are paying for some safety gear, monitoring equipment, and as probably outlined or suggested by the H&S coordinator. And that's fine. Okay. And Uli and I have had a conversation about this. I've actually brought it forward to Uli. My concern is that if we're paying for some of this safety gear, and particularly in the summertime when it's really hot, and we have this incidence of not having enough cooling and the break time and that sort of thing. I get all that, but when staff is coming to work with shorts and a muscle shirt and working outside, that doesn't sit well with me. That is not appropriate protection for a hot environment. And all you do is you look at the road staff when you're traveling on the roads and you're watching construction crews. They are in an appropriate full length, full arm, full leg covering and appropriate hat gear. And I'm not seeing that here in both our recycling center and in our landfill. And for us to get notices that it's too hot, we have to shut down arbitrarily, and our customers, our staff, our taxpayers show up and there's a gate, it's too hot, we got to shut down. That doesn't sit well with me either. If they were wearing that proper full protection equipment for the appropriate atmosphere in which they're working in, and then it becomes an issue, I get it. But to be closing down our centers when it's appropriate, it seems to be appropriate for them now to wear shorts and muscle shirts, that doesn't sit well with me. So I want to bring that forward again with this group. And Uli and I have talked about it, and I'm not quite sure where Uli has gone with it. But it's all about perception, and it's about actual safety for the employees at the end of the day.
So that's just a takeaway for you then, or?
Yeah, yes, we had the discussion, and I have to admit that I didn't have the discussion necessarily with Amy or Amy Cooper to further investigate that with our safety advisor. In regards to the heat shutdowns, there's regulations in regards to heat exposure that govern our approach to it. So we have thermostats that we have now established. Can always argue, are they in the right spot or whatever. But generally speaking, there is temperature windows that are identified to simply see that we need to adhere to when we people in these specific locations under these circumstances.
And I could be sympathetic to that, but the road crews, I don't see them shutting down and traffic coming to a halt because we've reached that. And I also worked in Texas for 3 years, and on a hot surface, I know what it's like to work in there. I know that when it's auction time, we can't shut down. We have to make sure that our staff is safe by doing certain things like I just mentioned, so that we can continue to do the work. Not saying that they can't be protected, and there's good examples where you can work around that. So just wanted to put that out on the
The
table.
world changes. 5 seasons of walking on hot pavement in Kamloops region. In summer, always long pants, supposedly shirt, long sleeves. I don't know how many years of working on roofs with tar. World is different. That's all I have to accept because we worked in 3 different conditions.
Well, I want to make sure that we have that robust conversation before we just accept it.
So it'll be a little bit offline.
So the second point I would like to bring forward is
67, you said?
67. So according to our notes, we have 14 meetings a year. When I go into our internal stipends and do the calculation, when I add up all 3 of them, the money allocated towards directors and stipends is $23,500. When I do the math on 14 meetings at 280 apiece times 3 is 11,700, but I don't know what the chair gets paid. They're going to have an amount greater than that.
They don't get paid different. Chair doesn't get paid different for the meetings or something.
But it's in here.
changed.
I'm forgetting it. I thought it was a base.
So even if I go 280 at 4, times the 14 meetings, I guess I'm as 16 grand. So, and it doesn't include mileage. So I guess I'm wondering if in fact, the allocation, what we're paying is, or what we're getting remunerated is 16,000, but in the budget is 23,500 for all of them altogether.
Generous.
Yeah, why is there, another $7,000 on top in our budget for that, which we're probably,
Does it have a lot more for mileage than it should?
mileage is separate. Mileage is a separate item. So this is just stipend.
Yeah, Amy, do you know offhand?
Through
what
the
the
chair,
numbers
there's
are?
also 4 additional meetings for the chair. There is a resolution for the chairs to attend the other sub-regional budget meetings. So there's 4 additional meetings for the chair to attend the other resource recovery meetings, as well as that chair stipend. And I'm sorry, I don't seem to have that number, but I thought there was a few thousand for the chair stipend.
Well, that's another 1120. So now we're at 17,100. So anyway, just wanted to bring that to your attention. The math doesn't jive. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
There's the,
Can I ask in regards to the numbers, did you quote 17,000?
The number, when I add 116, 119, and 186 together on that line item, it comes out to 23,500.
As budget for 2023?
That's correct.
If I.
But the reality,
The current cost, I believe I'm at about 20,000, that's without this meeting, so that's the actual cost that we have on.
so the interesting thing is that we get allocated $280 per session. We have 14 meetings, and but your number is greater than what my math will allow me.
One of the numbers, I just pulled the payslip because I can never remember what these are. So there is a chair stipend, 223 a month. So for 3 chairs, that would be about $8K, or if it's per meeting, it's meeting months. I don't know.
So this is on top of the 280?
Yeah, because
We get 280,
used to pay.
I think.
We used to pay the chair at the meeting more. We don't anymore. Everybody's the same. But for the agenda prep, the other conversations and meetings I've had, whether they be in Victoria or offline in Vancouver, because you went through conference stuff, never paid for those. So
Okay.
don't pay for any of the other resource recovery chair activities, but there is a monthly stipend. Decided to make everybody the same at the meetings, however many meetings we have. And the monthly stipend, I don't know if it's every month, if we have a joint resource or not, that I'm not sure. But that's 223 would be times 3 times. That would be 8K the total.
On top. Well, that's getting us closer then.
So the rest of it, I don't know where the numbers come from.
So just it caught my attention, and when I start doing math, I can't let it go. It's like a dog with a bone. So
I like math. Yeah, I could try and pull some other slips here, but
this is outward reaching documents to the public, and I want them to be accurate.
Can I ask if that's issues based on these meetings in this year?
that's everything I
Well,
see.
Because I believe we had this, if I'm not wrong, this is at least the 3rd meeting this year that we have as least. We had a budget meeting, then I remember if over the course of the year being overview for each meeting, I thought
February, March or something. We had a June one, we just saw the minutes. This one, there may be 3, there may be 4. You may be overestimating by a meeting or 2 here, sub-regional, but it doesn't mean the money goes away. It all stays in our sub-regional service, whether it's
actually we make our life fairly easy and use the number to date or estimated year end and then apply a small increase. That's typically the math that we do with these straightforward numbers that don't have big changes or swings in it. So they are not necessarily that we do the calculation of it's 3 meetings and it's this and that, because it's very hard to predict. So we just take the 2024 number, apply a small increase in load.
Okay, your notes say we've had 14 RR meetings plus directors. And so it's not a hill to die on, but it caught my attention.
I was thinking we actually canceled resource recovery meeting this year too, so.
Yeah, we did.
So anyway, we don't know if we're gonna do that or not until it happens.
And it's gonna take me too long. It's gonna go through.
Yes, no,
third quarter.
I don't mean to disrupt everybody. It was something that I caught. I'm putting it on the table and I'm good to leave it alone.
We'll go back and see if we can, further.
Initially, I was about $8,000 out. That's what caught my attention.
Yeah, Chair Slate.
Divided by 3.
Um,
Finding that.
And there's a component there, I don't know if that makes a difference or not, is the combination, the both there's meeting and travel there over. So,
Yeah, we don't pay for the additional second meeting. in Some circumstances.
Sorry for the disruption. We can continue.
okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Based on the conversation we just had about changing the percent allocation, that would apply to the director's travel as well, because that's also split the same way. So I will make those adjustments to both those accounts. The travel budget, that is largely for the lead hands to travel around and collect the cash, and that doesn't see a significant change. I have reduced the budget for the travel, the online 72, because with the efforts that we've done with the new field supervisors, we're seeing less emergency shift coverage, and so there's been a much smaller budget utilization for travel for our out of area attendants to move to other locations. So I dropped the budget from 1,000 to 500. There wasn't anything significant in the following one. I believe I changed this percentage increase in lines 91 through 94. I think it had said 4 in the comments, but it actually it's 3 in calculation. So I've updated it on this version. I don't recall which version you guys received. So the online 103, that legal, that is to assist with the land transaction expense for the Lower Kootenay Bend lands. And as some of it, there wasn't any projected for 25 previously, but because we're still going through the process, I've allocated some for 25.
Amy, for last year, the 18,500, that was involved in that had 2 other issues as well. It's primarily the land transfer. Holy smokes, I don't want to add up 10 years of this.
We ended up with a profile law firm that is specialized in this, and that's the goal with rates.
Okay. You done? Okay. Carry on, please, Amy.
Thank you. So into the consulting fees here, not significant change. We are still on line 106. We didn't spend that 5,000 for the ministry discussions. So I've rolled that over in 25, and then just point out in 2028 is the next time that we expect to have to do a hydrogeo. So that's what that 80,000 is in that line item. Also on line 107, we haven't completed the design and operation closure plan, so that is rolled into 2025. Line 108, we've done the majority of the benthic study, but some of the lab and reporting work will be completed in 25, so that budget was split over the 2 years. And then we move into the contracted services. So this one has a whole lot of lines in it. There's not significant changes. I believe most of them have either a 3 to 5% increase based on if there's any contractual changes. And if there's not, I think I've largely kept it at 3%. Some of this contracted services in past years, I actually usually had at least a 5% increase. But that was because fuel was a lot higher and our annual adjustments were moving much higher, and fuel has seemed to come down a little bit. So our annual adjustments on some of these contracts hasn't been as significant. You'll see, for example, on line 120, that is a 10% increase because the environmental monitoring contract is out for procurement right now. And depending on the bids, we could see an increase with the new contract.
Can we go back to 118, the bin haul? Because I'm just trying to think, that was new pricing, I guess, that happened in 2024. But then on the revenues, and I know we're going to look back to revenues later, some of that we receive less in revenues from user fees at some sites. So like we had projected, post-COVID, we had a big boost to rentals and stuff like that. We overshot the projections there. But how much did our bin haul go up? Because that's such a big jump in bin haul, but it looks like the tonnages are down. Some.
Through the chair, that is due to the increase in the new contract.
That's all. Is that, we got one eligible bid only?
Correct.
And is that like 3 more years, or what are we, to remind me, what are we locked in on the hauling cost?
I'm sorry, off the top of my, it'd be either a 2 or 3 year contract with the options to renew. I can't recall what the timeline is on that.
Big jump. Thanks.
One item on 119 here, that's the landfill contract. We're in the process of developing the procurement for the Creston landfill and combining it with the compost operations contract. We had asked for a 6-month extension. The contractor has been pushing back a bit because our agreement calls for the original term and then 1 year mutual agreement extensions, and their preference is to go for the 1 year. So that is something we may have to come back to the committee and because I think the resolution that we got from the board was for a 6-month extension. So that one, again, depending on when that procurement bid, what the procurement bids come back at when we go there, we could expect to see a bit of an increase. However, right now with the 2 contracts separated, we feel like when they get combined, there should be some cost efficiencies in that, and hopefully will mitigate some of the new contract costs where that lands until we go through that procurement. So. The line 123 is the CCIS, so that's the invasive plants, and that is the value of that is higher than previously budgeted, but that is following the direction from committees that when we brought the CCIS update. I think that was earlier this year.
Question.
Yep, Director Manenberg.
So on the CCAS line, so you are able to hire CCAS to manage invasive weeds for you on a separate contract, independent from what we as the board provide CCAS generally? So this is additional to typically, because we'll have coming to us about a 15 grand ask for the second part of the year at the next board. but I thought that was generally speaking, this is suggesting that you also engage CKIS for services?
As
Am I correct?
landowners, we are obliged to maintain or control, and we don't have people for applying pesticide or herbicides. Is that why we do this?
We have actually no staff dedicated. That's sometimes some control through a landfill contractor in specific areas, but we do all our weed control through CKIS internally. I believe even, I shouldn't speak for the person, and I don't know what they do.
Water service sites.
We have, at best, we have summer heating laying around that we use occasionally, but generally speaking, site assessment and treatment is done as well.
Okay, okay, good to know. So it sounds like there's other revenue, CKIS is receiving other revenue streams for
I
services.
don't know the grant portion that regional district does to CKIS, that I don't have that information.
Okay, but more the education side, I think.
Well, I'm
as
wondering-
opposed to doing our own sites, which we're obliged to do.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. But to understand our relationship to CKIS is what I'm trying to do. In terms of what level of services do they provide? So, thanks.
Can I back up a little bit before we're too far away in this? If we can go back to that line 118, like that's Crawford Bay, it all only gone up 50% to the $30,000 range. If $7,000 you're paying to haul out of Greendale, dumped into Crawford Bay, it could be the 7, it could be 8. I don't know. It's going to be a significant increase potentially. I think that's the number I'm going to focus on in the coming weeks. That our Crawford Bay hauling cost is high. We're kind of locked into that, at least for a while now. Looks like.
I will verify. But the lower tipping fee what we indicated, but I will verify. But the last time I talked to the contractor, they were hauling fresh landfill.
I think they have to bypass Crawford Bay. I don't think our fees and charges bylaw would allow commercial dumping of Greenbelt, the big being into Crawford Bay. You have to haul this stuff to Preston anyway. You let me haul small loads of construction demolition to Crawford Bay or Boswell.
Yes.
But you can't take the commercial.
But we do, for example, on other sites, municipalities or transfer station sites. So some municipalities like the Gender Service, whatever, they would haul to our transfer stations. We do allow that. There's a lot of data around that, and Director Bob can affirm that. But that is a current practice that we do have.
So, but if it's volume based, then your tippet's gonna go up to Greendale and dump 4 bins each, 3/4 full, 3 full bins. If you dump one at a time, like Haslo can do that, they dump one at a time to be under volume. Okay, thanks. That's where I'm gonna look for that offset number. Pretty expensive to haul from Crawford Bay. I don't recall splash.
So in further on this line 123 for CKIS, I'll just point out that we've had a longstanding relationship with CKIS sort of before the initiative started for the general organization. So we were already fairly well advanced on our site assessments and starting treatments. So we've kind of been working with CKIS separately from the organizational one that you were referencing. One thing we are doing, though, is investigating if we have some capacity within the organization through our Parks Department to manage some of this. So, and if that was a more cost-effective option, we might consider moving to that.
Sorry, that was on item, what did you say, 173?
123, so still the
123.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's your CKIS line.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the line 124, so that's the line associated with our household hazardous waste events. It has a $80,000 budget, assuming that we would advance with 2 events. The event from this year was $42,000. as Yuli mentioned, we have very low support from other EPR programs, and the event was very busy, and a majority of the material was oil and paint and things like that that should go to an EPR program and not come to our events. I didn't double the number. I don't know that actually means we'd have double the volume. And so it's hard to tell how it will flush out with a dual event. It might, I don't think it would be the 42 split into two $20,000 events. I think we should expect to get more material. It previously was 80,000 because that was what was projected to be an operating expense to support the Eco Depot. But at present, we're just maintaining it as well. It could be one or the other if we eventually move into an Eco Depot. But for 2025, that was with the expectation of 2 events with flaggers and various things like that, expenses.
Question,
Yes, yep.
can we consider cutting it down to 1 event then?
Well, it has been.
Oh, it has been, but I just heard 2 events.
We've talked about the need for 2 because of the issue we've had of finding a site that can manage that huge influx.
Yeah, the regular problems that we have, either going out to the highway on this location,
Yeah.
or that we have actually filled up the truck of our contractor so that we had to shut down early. So
Right.
these, we are simply overwhelmed that we get at a single event. And this is now, I believe, the 3rd year where we had justified complaints about how properly managing this. So that's why I thought that was feedback we got from generally from the public and maybe from directors. We need a second event to properly manage this. Or we have a different site, but I no good site comes into mind or to mind where we can actually queue the amount of traffic that we are able to manage. There's
Right.
a slowness to it. You often have customers with really large volumes that take a while to process, and you have the times.
So,
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
public education, I get what Amy says. A lot of it's paint and oil, and those are the sort of things that already we have provision for. So that tells me that people don't know. So
So you have provisions for.
to bring in, normally any time of the year, you can bring in your paints to the bottle depot, and you can bring in
Is the
used
Home
oil.
Depot accepting pay?
No,
Not anymore?
and I don't know if you go to Home Depot, if there's a limitation on what they'll accept. Not Home Depot, sorry, Home Building Center. Some of them have limitations. I tried to do fluorescent bulbs in Kamloops of all places, big enough
Right.
town. And I could give them 4 tubes or something like that, when I help my mother-in-law.
Okay.
So you just can't take a whole bunch.
That is the earlier discussion about these programs not living up to the commitments in their plans that are approved. So the town of the Isles here should have a facility. It's no different from Castlegar. Used Oil at this point has only 2 facilities in the Richmond Street. One in Nelson, one in Lancaster. That is it. So these are the issues that we are having, particularly with these 2 programs, where we say you have an obligation under your plan, that you made a commitment within this radius, you'll have a facility. You have now for several years not lived up to your commitment. Your predecessor has already pushed the ministry directly on this issue. They came to us and said, yeah, we are willing to work with you on a depot. And I said, it's not our obligation to provide you with a depot. Your program is obliged to have a depot. Don't rely on us. So that's the issue that we're having for several years.
Sure, go ahead.
I think Scrap King here does use oil. But they don't advertise it, so I took my used oil there recently. But we actually have 2 events. We have the household hazardous waste. We also have the used electronics. And I think, I'm not sure how that's funded, if it's through RDCK, or if that's a different program.
It's It was different actually, and let me jump in or if I can, is that we actually got surprised all of a sudden short before our event, that electronic event, that I don't think we were aware of that happening. So it's outside of what we are doing.
Electronics easier to sort, like the other stuff, that's a mess. Sorry.
And they've done it, I think, twice now. So it's usually in June. And they're busy as well. So have an old drill in your garage or an old TV goes to this one. So they've done those roundups here. Usually only like a half a day.
And this is a very good point. This is the type of initiative I would expect from these other programs who haven't had a depot for years to say, we need to go there, but they will not have us. Oh, here's $500 or $1,500 or whatever, you do the event for us, which is a joke, right? So they have an obligation, they should be doing, like the electronics program, their own events from time to time. That's not happening.
So further on this, if we budget 2 events and that's the direction, timing is going to be worked on the next month or two because you need quite a lead time to get all this organized.
We have to book.
We will have a spring con, it'll be planned soon.
We did use the Millennium Park parking lot one year rather than the rec center. So again, if there's other stuff coordinated here, it's a referendum. If you know that ahead of time, then you try to find an alternate spot for either the referendum or your hazardous
I
waste.
understand that wasn't traffic-wise ideal and Millennium Park, so.
No, I don't think it wasn't ideal either. And I was in that lineup for 90 minutes. But what it did do was, didn't jam up the highway like.
So we have had internally the discussion where we had the expectation that there's no other event at this facility, and it did occur for whatever reasons. So that's part of our difficulty, that we have dual events here, further making the traffic flow difficult.
So
Well, the other opportunity that was missed, sorry, was, because I came here for that, and you could have looped, you could have queued the traffic in a circular circle to this. Moving the trucks a little bit this way, you could have queued the traffic in a circular circle to get them off the main road. Because I got caught in that. I just came to the backside.
But wasn't there a second event? And
Yeah, but you still allow people to come in to the front end to vote. It was a voting event. It was for West Crescent Fire Hall.
And just public use as well.
So
It wasn't queued properly.
we're planning 2 events, and if we have a budget for 2 events, then planning will start
So you're
soon.
proposing that.
And it may not be the 80 because we don't know. But it's that direction, we're leave that on there and see how it works this year. One thing, we have 2 events, we pull more material. That is a better statistic for whoever may set up people to base it. You sat 2.5 hours in the lineup. Like you and I, at one time here, we were both like 45 minutes before the door, the gate opened. And I went through within an hour total. But if you waited 2.5 hours, they said, no, we're full of oil, take your 4 jugs home. Where are they going to go? Wait a year? Or are we going to end up with landfill parameters and start showing hydrocarbons on our monitoring list? So if we try the 2 events, we'll hopefully pull more material out of garages, basements, wherever it is. And that's data that leads to our Eco Depot to start planning. If they need to base their operation at a certain volume, they need to have an understanding, or to Nelson or wherever. But unless we change that 80,000, the direction to staff is to plan 2 events. That's how I would take it.
Theoretically, if you increase the number of them, you'll likely decrease the lineups because people will not have to save it in their garages long.
True, but it costs us 2-3 times more money. Put
It won't cost fully twice. Part of the cost is volume and part of the cost is just fixed cost. But there's a
Okay.
disposal cost that won't double necessarily. But there's a fixed cost to get them here.
So the fixed cost could double, triple, however many times you bring them
I
in.
would think so. But if we can have other double events, maybe they'll do a Saturday, Sunday. If say Salmo here said they wanted to do one, that's talked about from time to time. Maybe they'll do Creston in the spring on a Saturday, do Salmo on the Sunday, maybe the decent share of the costs. I don't know.
That's,
We rely on staff to do that.
that's happening already, but I believe large events like this is a full day commitment, right?
But if we
full,
had-
full truck, so they have to return
Yeah.
to empty before they can.
But if we cut it in half, do 2 in the year, and you know we're gonna do 2, maybe the fall one have lower volume. Remains to be seen.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit of training on, as Kelly said, how to arrange the traffic coming in and going. Double up that.
Should we go to the third or fourth last line on these sheets? Oh, wait, you got 180. Yes.
Okay. So moving along, not a lot of change in repairs and maintenance. We do have on line 131, we have a larger dollar value there. There's some drainage concerns on the roadway below our recent closure for phase 1E that may require some repairs. We're working through that with our engineers and the contractor, and so that didn't proceed in 25, so that, or 24, sorry, so that is what that lump sum or larger sum is in 2025. So again, not a ton of changes. Some of the, on line 141, some of the tools that we're looking to implement, the license plate readers, we're just about to pilot that at Gromanero. So those expenses were rolled into 25.
License plate readers. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, they record license plates. And
Where is this? 141. 141.
So that's from direction at the time of award of the new scale software, transactional software we have. It has the ability to, at the scaled sites, to read plates. And so we had the intention to install them at the scaled sites. We currently record plates to track people coming in and out, but we're not holding personal information. And so it would speed up transactions, and it also reduces some of the ergonomic issues with leaning out the windows to read the plates. So that's been a longstanding intention. We're just, it took some time to onboard the Strong program and to work on the logistics of getting the cameras set up for the plate reader. So like I said, we're going to pilot it at Groman in the coming weeks here, and then I expect those to roll out to the other sites in 2025. Okay, so line 149, this is that provisions line. So in past years, we were booking an estimate, a placeholder of about 280,000, and that has removed from this, and now we have a new reserve contribution. So that value has moved down to transfer to reserves account, which is 59,000. Okay, so now we get into our repayment of financing. Some of these, as I mentioned, have moved. So for example, this line 153 for the phase 2 closure, that was previously built, I can't recall what year it started. It was partway through the financial plan, and it's now won't start until 2030 at the earliest, and that was 82,000. So that's been removed from the plan for the later years. And then the development work for phase 2 was moved to funded by stabilization reserves. So we reduced some of our repayment costs that we had in the later years by those. And I think one of the things that we greatly see in the impact to or requirement for increases in tipping fees and taxation are starting here. So we start to see the expenses for the one CD closure, and that project's on hold until we can have the Lower Kootenay Band lands for access. We can't do that project until that's in place. So expecting about a 2026 start to that repayment, and the septage receiving station finance or repayment to start. We might have to do an interest payment in 25, but largely starting in 2026. So, those two things combined, there are, near the $200,000 or $450,000 impact for future years coming up quite quickly. So that's where if we don't increase the taxes and the tipping fees, we won't have the revenues to repay, to manage that new operating expense that we don't have at the moment.
Amy, these are all going to be these are all based on long terms for sort of the short terms, or payments are all getting behind us now, or do we have a few more of these that are short term ones?
We don't have any short-term loans at the moment in this service, but we do in the other services, and those are coming to, when we get into those other services, I think that they are dropping off. So you can see that the transfer to those services also start to drop off in future years because those short-term loans are paid.
Off. Thanks.
So this is where the fund on line 169, that 300,000 economic development contribution to Lower Kootenay Band. We are taking that money out of the stabilization reserves, and then it's leaving the service through this grants. Moving into contribution to reserves. So line 172, that's our contribution to regular reserves. Across our subregions, we don't have a directive to contribute a particular amount. So essentially, we contribute what we can with those within the service, trying to ensure that we maintain an adequate amount in regular reserves for. Ideally, we'd be funding more of our landfill development and closure works through reserves, and things like the septage and whatnot, but we just don't really have enough in our reserves to fund things we do have funds in there for landfill liability. Again, that has to be replaced if we use it. So there's a balance here. To be honest, I would love to see the reserve transfers be a little bit more. 2025 is not a large amount. It is a bit more than what we were projecting last year, or to be in 25 in our current financial plan. As you can see, they get a little healthier later in the plan period, but with trying to limit our tax and tipping fee increases, 77,000 is what we landed at for this year's or 2025's reserve contribution. So what I had mentioned about the provisions line, so in line 174, this is where that 280,000 has moved to. So that is our ongoing contribution to the landfill liability reserve. As we mentioned, every year we do that calculation. So this is a placeholder based on previous year's contributions that might be adjusted when our finance department assists us with that calculation. So it's a placeholder. What I have added here, so in line 174, this yellow shaded one. So in your version, this was that 700 and some thousand that came in that prior year surplus with the asset retirement obligation funds that we move into the landfill liability reserve. I didn't have that number, what the asset amount was in that prior year surplus. It was just compared to the operating surplus. They were just grouped together, and I couldn't tease it apart myself. Finance gave me the number last night, and it was so I've updated it to 624 based on their information. In yours, I believe it was 682,000. So it's actually we have a little bit more of an operating surplus than I expected. So when we get down to the bottom, you'll see that there's actually about a 58,000 surplus at the end of the year that we can add to this 77,000 as a reserve contribution. Or you could direct me to consider if there's a way to reduce that 10% tax increase. The concern about that is that it also affects future years, because any future years taxes are obviously based on what the years before are. I'd recommend we add it to the reserves.
So Amy, though, the stabilization reserve, you know, if we have a surplus, we can put into it. If we have a deficit, we can take out. The 32,000, whatever, over on 2023, we can take out of the stabilization reserve for 2024. We can take out of the stabilization reserve in 2025. 30-some thousand is not a lot, but no, knock a little bit off the taxation. And that's why it's there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It followed. But stabilization reserve for building permits is super obvious. If you issue a permit, take all the money, 3 years to finish it. The stabilization reserve is a little different. I mean, this is where we can pull a little bit. Otherwise, the 300,000, I mean, it does go up and down, but isn't this where we should use it for we ran a deficit? Does that make sense? Amy?
Sorry, I didn't hear part of that.
Well, would it make sense to offset taxation? You said we're not going to do a financial plan amendment right now for a little bit of a deficit. If we could do a financial plan amendment right now, zero that deficit out with a little bit of money pulled out of the stabilization reserve. Or in 2025, we can pull that little bit out of stabilization reserve instead of making up the difference, the deficit from 24 in 25 with taxation.
Sorry if I said that incorrectly. It's actually a surplus.
The 38,000 in 2024.
So what
So we have a net surplus.
we're expecting a surplus of currently of 19,000, so it's like 39. And actually, after that transfer that I just mentioned, we will end up with another 58,000 in that operating surplus. So my suggestion is that to balance this, that 58,000 is added to this 77,000 on line 172 to increase that reserve transfer for this year.
The capital reserve contribution.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Instead of going to the stabilization reserve. Okay, no, fair enough. Reserve, I was thinking that.
Yeah, and through the chair, the other thing to point out is we have a board resolution that half of a surplus would remain in the service and half would go into the stabilization reserve. So that's where those funds come from. However, if there is work that part, I don't have any in line 175 for right now, partially because I didn't know what portion of that prior year surplus was actual operating surplus or what was this asset retirement funds. So I didn't want to try and play with it, make pretend. But also, if we have work that surplus came from that didn't happen, and we carry that work into 25, Finance has said that we can earmark that surplus to fund that work that was moved. So I'll have to go through this with Finance and see if there would actually be a stabilization reserve transfer or not.
Some is not actually surplus, it's just deferred work.
Yeah.
Hey, never mind, I was thinking the wrong way around there. We'll let you carry on.
And we don't do that for sort of every line item, but the bigger things that we do target are things like engineering, like the consulting fees, where there's like large chunks of money for, say, a design and operation closure plan. That was $80,000 that was funded in 24. We're moving it into 25. So right there, that burns up any surplus that would have gone into the stabilization reserve. Okay, so the transfer to other services, this line 177 is related to any of our project management department support of capital projects. We just got those numbers updated and I had not got a chance to go back and confirm that they match what I've projected. So there could be some minor adjustments on that. I've tried to relate it to the work we're expecting, so hopefully it won't be too far off. On line 178, so that is the line where the funds are moved into to A116 for the recycling service. You can see it is a drop from last year's 2025 expected budget, and that's almost entirely due to the increase of incentives that we're going to get from Recycle BC with the new incentive rates.
I thought the difference would have been bigger than that.
I would have liked to be bigger too.
Is there savings showing up anywhere else, or this is the only place we see the benefit of the new rates?
That is this is the only line where we transfer money to that service.
It's not even 50,000.
Went from 428 down to 316.
But that was budget 428, but actual was only 364.
So it's 112,000 difference in assumed user fees in recycling between projected year end 2025 budget 112,000. So the transfer difference is what? Simply.
Well, our actual projected year end was only 364, though I don't know why we would have projecting 428 for 2025 previous budget. I was assuming we were going to get a way better deal, I guess. But the real difference is only going to be from 364 down to 316. Anyway, that's what we get, I guess.
It might be some more detail we can go through when we look at that service. Line 179, that is the funds that East transfers to Central and West does a similar transfer to help support the expenses of the Nelson Leaf Depot. We did a survey in percentage of usership from outside of the Central subregion, and it was agreed by that board resolution to contribute some funds for the inevitable use of, because there isn't an eco depot and sometimes people travel and bring their household hazardous waste with them. We didn't have a budget for it in 25 last year because we were hoping to have the eco depot in Creston set up, and obviously that didn't happen. So I replaced it and continued it through the 5-year plan until we know what's going on. Line 180.
Go back to the recycling column. You will see a little bit different number in the recycling service when we get to it. So the expected year and the revenue 24 was actually higher than what it is. So it does here transfer. So we'll talk about it again when we are second.
We'll look back.
Yeah.
Yep, for sure.
Line 180 is the transfer to service A119, which is a compost facility. As I mentioned, in 2024, that included the 200,000 for that capital works. You can see it does decrease in future years, and we can have a more fulsome discussion about how we develop that number when we are discussing A119. Across the board, we have low tipping fees so far, so it is a major push for us to get the ICI portion of our waste stream to be moving organics into the compost facility. So line 181 is the transfer to the A102 service. That's the overall resource recovery. So that's a placeholder for a placeholder for when we finish that calculation. And this one is also split with the recycling and compost services.
And it would go to 75, 20 and 5 then, you're thinking?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Actually, I suspect that we might want to keep that, because that's me and my staff, and we still do spend quite a bit of time on organic. So I
Okay,
So, sorry, to do that line 181,
this split,
do we have an $80,000 drop?
no, you're doing, if you're gonna do the split between amount of effort into, 70%, 20%, 10% allocation is, during staff time, change those percentage.
But so it's dropping from 389 to 309. Do I see that? 18 by 181, maybe?
yeah, I'm gonna have to check on that.
Why is it such a big difference?
Yeah. I don't see a formula. Sorry, I can't, I will
Yeah.
double check that. And if any of the changes that we talk about today, anything significant, we will return either to a joint or schedule another East budget meeting. So, so line 183 is our transfer to general admin. 185 is our transfer to IT. We did just get some new numbers. I did update the East budgets with the numbers we had from Finance IT last week or so, but I think that they're still working on it. So we previously had a per workstation cost, and now we have a license fee per user. So for every staff member, essentially, so it does look like most of our IT budgets have reduced through all the services. There's some up and downs, but line 187 is the transfer to A100's environmental services. So in his group. And then we're into the capital. So any questions before we move into capital expenses?
Yes, we're good. Yeah.
So 189 is for a separate asbestos disposal area. We're waiting on some of our lands applications because it's either in or near that wedge that we're looking to get, and currently the term is fairly short, and we want to make sure that that's successful. So that was moved into 2025. Line 190, that line I actually will remove. That was when we were originally looking at considering curbside, and it's also being removed from the West and Centrals because East dropped out of that a while ago, but Central and West was still expecting it, and so that'll be removed from those. So I'm sorry, I should add that.
So, Amy, can I ask to clarify the wedge? Are they clearly saying that's Crown Land open space? It's not Yatanuki or wedge. Once wedge lease is obtained, the property wedge, probably say that's Crown Land.
It's part of our application, just as the other buffer lines to the south and east.
Yeah, but there's
With that same application.
no other dispute that there was talk once it could have been part of Indian Reserve 1 or something.
I still think it
Yeah,
was.
okay, just stuck in my, we haven't talked about the wedge for so long.
Yeah.
I just wondered why it's resurfaced. It's just a normal part of the overall lease of the south property, the east property.
Yeah, and the area of interest that was the south side as well was moved, as I understand it, from the benches, not just on the area to the southeast.
And is it a lease or a license of occupation or?
License of occupation.
No, maybe you should say, yeah, okay.
Occupation, yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, the Yatanuki or something. Yeah, okay, it's just.
So line 190 will remove that phase 1E closure is completed. 192, that's the value for the septic receiving station with the increase on updated costing that we got from the town of Creston. Line 193 is the updated cost for the land purchase for the Lower Kootenay Band. Line 194 is to do the design work for the Phase 1 CD closure and stabilizing berm, which I mentioned we can't proceed on until we have the lands. So 94, line 194 has the design in 25, and then the next line has the actual estimated construction cost in 26. So this we broke out line 196 and 197. We broke into 2 phases. I think that was previously didn't have the A and B, the 2A and 2B differentiation. So we had planned to start the design works for the landfill closure in 24. As I mentioned, that's being deferred, so that you can see that we've moved that design work into 2029. And then the landfill development, we moved that down to 2028 and for design and 29 for the works. Eco Depot on 198. I've removed that for now because I don't think that we'll have that expense in 2025. I think we need a little bit that'll have to have some, so if we move on an Eco Depot, depending on where it is, that expense will have to get added in again. I could put it back in as a placeholder.
Longer term, I guess it would make sense to have a placeholder, but what number we use?
I think it's a
35,000.
placeholder, that number doesn't really matter, so that we don't forget that this is out there
It's not gone.
as an intended activity that we may continue to pursue.
So put it back in from 2026 onwards? Somewhere in there, 2026 or beyond?
Yeah, I'll put it back into 2026. That 35,000 was an estimate based on the expenses we incurred, capital expenses we incurred for infrastructure and equipment to support the lease to move into an Eco Depot. That's kind of a best case scenario. If we're establishing a new location or, doing something more significant, I don't think 35,000. Well, I'll just put it in as a placeholder, and then when we have a better idea, we can revise that for the future year's budgets. Line 199 is for our legacy landfills. We are looking to start the design the assessment really in 25. So that was at 120,000. And then I have a new work order that we developed this year, so that on line 199, so that's why that's highlighted, is because this is now broken out into its own line. So the actual closure works we've earmarked in the resource recovery plan as $1 million per landfill. That is really a high level estimate, and they could be much lower than that, and they could be more. We won't know until we finish this work that's coming up in 2025. And so that is,
Sorry, go ahead.
well, that is expecting that we would have a closure works at Crawford Bay and I say Boswell, but it's actually Destiny Bay. The landfill used to be. We also have a permit for a location in Kitchener, but we never actually used it for landfilling. So that's why that's what 3 million, because we'll have to do some of the initial assessment potentially to confirm that didn't happen, but we didn't do any filling. So
I was going to ask them, like for Destiny Bay and Crawford Bay, we had license of occupation. It's really clearly defined. For Kitchener, is it a permit tied to a historical license of occupation, or how many pieces of paper tie us to that site?
we still have a permit associated with it, but I think it's actually now the shooting range or something. Like it's very clearly was never a landfill. So I just think it'll take a little bit of work to explain that to the ministry, but I don't think we have any liability there anymore.
So we never had any right to occupy the site, maybe like a license of occupation, just somehow a permit?
Yeah, I don't know the ownership or land arrangements, but we did have a permit under the RDCK name to do. Maybe we had the intention to landfill there. I'm not sure.
But it's a good point. We should check if
Other people,
all our other sites we have had either a lease or license of occupation. If we never had one, that would be another strong indication that we've never had really done anything.
But you're allocating money towards the closure of it,
investigation, EK you've got.
and if it's the Rod Gun Club shooting site, it's gonna be full of lead. We don't want nothing to do with it.
It's like all those duck ponds full of lead that you can't use lead shot anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, so as you can see on line 199, it states that we have 8,000 for stage one. And as noted, likely it's a very simple report because there was never any landfilling there. And I think we can tell that through aerial photos and such as well, and vegetation on the site. So, okay, so line 200 and 201, we're there. All the subregions have, a number of years ago, we started on a project to move the majority of our sites, not all of them, but most of our sites away from the porta potties into actually having a septic system and a washroom. Boswell and Crawford Bay are the legacy ones, we can call them, for the Crawford Bay hasn't proceeded because it's actually there's some drainage issues, not not Crawford Creek, but there's a creek that kind of comes perpendicular beside the property. So we've had a bit of a stall. We've had a bit of a stall on advancing on that one. So I did move it into the 25 budget. I've actually deferred Boswell a few years down the road, and some of that was just because of the concerns of reserve balances in 25 and 26. So we are also investigating other opportunities for manage different units that we could use that might not need a septic field, and then or a well. So maybe a tank system. So
If you talk to Jerry or Jeff or whatever, I mean, didn't cost anywhere near this. At Crawford Bay, were a whole lot more people at the regional park, Crawford Creek Regional Park. Nice concrete holding tank and nice little wooden building, and you can add water hand washing, and that's good enough for thousands of people going through there every year.
they should have a septic field.
They are illegally disposal.
There's no field. No, there's no field. It's pumped.
They should have one because we're not supposed to have wasted or septic.
Sorry. We'll move on because it's not a residential septic tank. Sorry, I didn't even mention that.
This is a new item on 202. So staff in the east have requested a building, an enclosed building for the waste spotter at the tipping area at the Creston landfill, largely to do with the heat concerns in the summer, because there's a rotation when it's over certain temperatures that they have to do sort of 15 minutes of cooling, vice versa. And which means that they have to go to the main scale shack, which pulls them away from viewing the tipping area. So they have requested that we consider getting a unit at the tipping wall that can have air conditioning so that people can, the staff can be in the shack and cooling. And if they see something, they can jump out, and they also need to be out on the non-cooling times. But they feel like this would give them a better oversight of the tipping area. The Kokanee Marina Depot is moving, and so the purchase price of a new one is, we just bought them for Nakusp and Weimer last year, and they were $19,000, or just over $19,000. So estimated, and this has to go through the central budget, but I've estimated 10,000 for the used scale shack or the educator shack from Kokanee with some funds for transport and power hookup. So that 15,000 is an estimate.
So
Director
is that removing what is currently there, replacing it with an all-in-one unit, presumably in the same place?
Correct. Yeah, I would replace because they just have a sort of an overhang so that they're sheltered from the rain.
They have a nice little building there, and all it needs is some insulation and some power, and put in a wall mount AC unit. Because I've seen how it's developed over the past couple of years, and it's a nice looking little hacienda.
Close in the exist.
Yeah, just put insulation and wallboard up and run some power to it, I think. I mean, I've looked at it and it looks quite comfortable. It's a nice little unit.
So
Perhaps I'm wrong.
I think we could certainly investigate that, and if it's a lower cost option, we could proceed with that. We're not committed to buying this from the central
I mean,
subregion.
there's no washroom facility in it, but I don't think this other one that you're talking about will have a washroom facility in it either.
No,
Right. So it's just a place to get out of the environment and to cool down a little bit. And it has the plastic, I think plexiglass glazing, that while they're in there, they can actually see what's going on.
Okay, so as an option,
that's a good idea. We can certainly investigate if that's, and then, this 15,000 can be, well, obviously it'd be a lower cost, and those funds could be used for that retrofit and the power install and the AC unit. So,
All right. Okay.
last page. I was going to suggest you want to take a few minutes break before we look at the roll-up summary? Everybody, is that okay, Amy? I was going to try and get to the end of the last page, but how about if we stand up and stretch right now? It's noon for you guys, 1 o'clock for us, so can we go 8 minutes to quarter after, do a little break here?
Sure.
Push that green button so that you'll get back on us.
Yeah.
Okay, we will, it's quarter past, but we'll all get back to our seats. Amy's still there. Director Popoff may or may not be there. My computer is overheating or something, the screen has gone on.
It's really, just been able to speak like mine.
Nope, it does this, it's jittering.
Holy.
You see it moving? It does this if it's been on for an extended time. Okay, so we will return, my two colleagues will return to their seats, we'll return to
I
their meeting.
don't have that email.
So summaries, Amy, I guess we're not too far along. You've done a little juggling on the capital, the borrowing. But to summarize, I guess let's throw it back to you.
Yeah, thanks. So what I pointed out earlier was that this 58,000 surplus is a result of more money being in the prior year surplus as an operating surplus that I could tease out previously. So like I mentioned, this my recommendation would be to increase that contribution to reserve from 77,000 to include this, but that's you guys could direct me to look into other options. Like I mentioned,
Maybe, can we please quantify that again? So our documents still have the old version, $38,000 deficit. You have a surplus of how much?
58,000.
58. So that would be a total of 96,000. Is that correct? A difference.
So it had a deficit of about 30,000. The difference between the ARO was, I wanted to say that amount there. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the version that you have open. So this particular cell in your version is saying a $35,000 deficit?
No, it's zero. The one you've highlighted?
So
Zero.
projected year end for 24 of 38,600 deficit that would carry forward into 2025, I believe.
So
Yes.
we're now showing a $19,000 surplus in 24.
Okay, so the total is
58
57 then. The total is 57. Okay, difference.
Okay, yeah, and that's where I was confused if we had surpluses or deficits, because I guess our sheets have those numbers.
Yes. So, I mean, the reason why I wouldn't suggest necessarily like taking that surplus and trying to reduce taxes is because it doesn't make that much of a difference, and it does impact funds we'd have to contribute to reserves in future years, because all of those increases in future years are starting off a lower value. So it just has a cascading effect. So we could do it. We could consider adding some stabilization reserves and actually being more aggressive with trying to reduce the taxes in 25 and maybe even 26. But we are taking a fair amount out of it in 24. We're taking out the 300 for the economic development. In 25, we're taking out the 515,000 for the land purchase. So moving into 26, we're only expecting to have about 300,000. So again, it's not a ton. I mean, that's what it's there for. I mean, I'm happy to try another round at it. But as I mentioned, the contribution to reserves that we're seeing in future years, those don't have a line number. I should correct that or make it easier to talk about what line I'm on. But like the 200 to 400,000, it's not creating in reserves where those projects that we have for landfill development or bigger projects, we don't have that and we have to finance it. So, a reduction to taxes means that we don't build up those reserves, and it often leads to repayment costs in future years because we're doing big projects by financing.
Yeah, I know that looking at your new numbers, I don't have any trouble with the way you laid it out. Before, when it looked like we had a deficit, I was saying, well, let's tap the stabilization fund to cover the deficit instead of taxation. We don't have a deficit, we have a surplus. So it's flipped the other way. And I'm fine the way you've laid it out because, yeah, I recognize our reserve funds are hitting the low point. This is hard to see. There used to be a deficit. So I'm fine with the way you laid it out. We can leave that stabilization fund alone for now. If we get into a bind because of the capital projects are all big estimates, like really placeholder, order of magnitude, some of them, then we do have the stabilization reserves to rely on later. So I think the way you've laid it out is fine for now. The other thing is we won't get antsy about the taxation increase until we see everything else. So it's sort of like stand by till January or middle of February.
Yeah.
It's an easy change for you to make later.
Yes. And one thing I neglected to point out, if you look back up here on line 11, we were projecting a $1.3 million revenue from tipping fees. With the numbers I've currently got from finance, we're actually only projecting a 1.16 million. So we're a couple 100,000 lower in revenues from tipping fees than expected. And this was actually the case on all the waste services. So whether or not the tipping fee increase, I quite honestly, this is what the stabilization reserves are for, is that if these are projected values and they're based on volumes that we get or tonnages that we get. And sometimes we have years with a lot of construction or soil projects or various things that can vary quite a bit because it's low in all of the services. Maybe it's just sort of a low development year. There also, these are year-end numbers with our new system, the new strong system, or these were based on Q3 numbers. Finance is a month, they directed that they were a month behind, so I had to project it based on values up to the end of August, I believe. There's a possibility that some of the strong data hasn't moved in. So, this is on best known information at the moment. But that's been a pretty big impact to the service, is that, we're sort of like 200,000 less in tipping fee revenue than expected.
Yeah, and I pointed that out at the very beginning. Yeah, this post-COVID trend of everybody's renovating, doing something, tearing things apart, that has distorted the long-term projections, I think. And that we may be facing austerity, and interest rates over the last few years have maybe scared people. So yeah, I'm okay for now with the taxation increase. Not mucking around too much with reserves. I don't know if anyone else has a suggestion, or we wait on this service until we see total tax lift, when we see a bigger budget picture. We can raid the future reserves if we have to, but I don't know. Any thoughts on that right now?
Well, I'm concerned and sensitive to the amount of the increase in terms of a percentage. And I think that for me, I would like to.
Sorry to change.
I guess in my mind, I'm kind of been hearing, and I might be hearing inaccurately, that 10% is the increase number. And
Requisition.
yeah.
That's what we show.
And
That's what our long-term plan is, to push that up to cover future capital legacy issues, investments. That's what we told everybody previously. We're still in line with that, aren't we, Amy?
Correct. That's what
Budget 1601, and last year we told them it'd be 1601. So this is a at least a year-old conversation. We probably go back 2 or 3 years for that projection because of the amount of capital work we have in front of us.
And we are showing, and that under consideration of showing that we have tipping fee
Decline.
decline, yeah, not the rate, but the overall revenue from tipping fee is declining in comparison to what we showed last year, the 5-year plan for it. So there's a couple of things coming together here.
I think 10% is just high. This is $5 million
Yes.
revenue.
Well.
Yeah, total.
Just
5 million. It's 5 million in revenues to pay for
No,
expenses.
that includes your borrowing.
Yes, it's still money you need. Oh, the 5 million includes borrowing?
The borrowing
Which needs to be paid back.
So if you go strictly by your revenue, you're somewhere in the
The revenue call,
3 million range, right?
3 million?
between taxation and fees.
Yes, because
Oh, 4 million.
now you have 1.6
Oh,
for
previous.
2025 from taxation
Plus
and
1.27.
1.274 from user fee.
Yeah,
There's another user fee, 120, so you're at,
but your total revenue is 5.6 million.
but that includes your transfer from reserves
And forward.
and your borrow.
Okay, so even if you look at a $3 and change million budget. Anyway, that's just knee jerking. I need to think about that.
Yeah, I mean.
You said tipping fees are down.
Yes.
How can that be?
Yeah, Director Jackman.
Well, volume's down, activity is down.
Compared to what? Prior COVID?
If you go back 5 years, our volumes were quite a bit lower. We just had an acceleration in volumes. But we also saw in the marketplace that there was more sales of building home renovation stores. There were a lot
So,
more renovations.
Tipping fees means activity.
Yes. and that's,
Activity is up, not
um,
down.
Not at the garbage end of it. So either people are doing what I used to do and trying to waste absolutely nothing, or they're doing what the neighbor down the road did and burning everything. I don't know, but we're not seeing the volume of waste that we saw a couple of years ago. And a lot of our projections were based on those volumes. Not even saying they're going to keep going up at a steep rate, but hey, we saw a lift. Maybe we're going to see that plateau.
So our capital and operational will still continue.
It's
And if we can't sell tipping fees, it's going to continue to cost the taxpayers more and more money to operate landfills that cost a lot of money.
West is going to suffer more if this trend continues
On a percentage.
on a percentage.
Okay, so I'm going to throw a scenario your way and just throw it up on the table. That's it. So in Leduc County, what we did was we didn't charge tipping fees. So we allocated 2,000 metric tons per resident in the county. And that's what they pay tax on.
3 kilograms.
2,000 kilograms, correct, 1 metric ton, pardon me. And you had to have a card system. I mean, you showed up and there's your card or whatever. They get to know you, they know your number, and they record that. You had up to that amount. And then anything above that in the course of a year, you paid what the rate was.
Cell phone
Now, the interesting thing is everybody got that. So they get free, they think they get free access to the dump, to the landfill. We didn't like calling it dump. But the reality is they prepaid through their taxes. Now, what happens there is you end up with a surplus. No one ever, typically, majority of people don't use their 2,000 kilograms, but you still collected that revenue. And everybody thought that they were getting a pretty good deal. They showed up and they showed their number and off they go and they do their business. It was an interesting model and we never had any issues with it. Our transfer stations were the same model. So you showed up there and, now if you didn't have a number or you're from town, you showed up to a transfer station, then you paid a tipping fee. So just throwing that model out, because that really could generate more revenue. And I just think it's an opportunity to think about.
That's much bigger picture shift. But
Is that what the East Goodness is doing?
bridge system.
Sorry, in the East Kootenays, is that what they are doing, paying for it through
No,
tax?
they don't have that limit, right? They have a predisposal model. And admittedly, and I'm not 100% sure how that works with the municipal governments that do curbside collection, but they have a predisposal model. It's all taxations. So they would just shift what you see on the user fees into the taxation for
Sort of what,
whatever the bottom line is, the bottom line.
similar to what Kelly's asking.
Yeah, just not no household limit. That's the difference. In the
We may have to move on from this theoretical conversation.
Okay.
I appreciate there's different.
I just
models,
wanted to put it out there.
but we're not gonna solve it.
No, I just,
Just want to reply to your suggestion with a question. How much would you have to increase taxes to get to that level where people are comfortable paying this up front, as opposed to what we're doing now is doing 10% this year. You'd have to do more than 10% to cover that. I mean,
yeah, your first kick at it is gonna be in the awkward one.
yeah,
BC is also very aggressive on diversion. And they've threatened bans, plastic bans, this and that bans. If you do a wide open tonnage thing, that's a disincentive to separate and divert.
I should qualify that there still is a recycling element
So-
in there.
So there's a cost of policing that, and being in most aggressive Canadian province, I think we're exceed Ontario standards for recycling, diversion, organics. If we see an organics ban or a plastics ban at our landfill, we need a model similar to ours where the tipping fee is high enough that it makes it worth your while to separate that stuff. These are the things to weigh.
Right.
Politically, every province is a little different at that level.
And
But we need to move on.
but just to follow up very briefly on this, so if I do a real quick and dirty back of the napkin calculation, $3 million that we need for our waste services, for the solid waste side. Yeah, I guess overall, waste services, $3 million, 15,000 residents, you're talking $200 a household. One way or the taxation or
Not much.
and I think that's the part that's often not seen, right? What is the real cost on a per person basis, right? Sure, if you have a household, but you have a 460 or whatever, but sometimes we have to break down to the individual level.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that our resource recovery plan identifies that we have an intention for a user pay system and talks about the balance of taxes and tipping fees. And so moving that to a more taxation-based model would require, I suspect, a financial or a resource recovery plan amendment. So our public's been consulted on the way that we're funding the service. So something that we wanted
But if
to.
we continue the trend that we're reducing, we have the less income going in or less tonnage going in, you're still requiring the taxation to be increased.
We have
Cover
a
the
fixed
cost.
base cost because of the operational cost of and the requirement for doing testing, consulting, reporting, surveying, water monitoring. We have a huge fixed tax cost. If we decide to truck everything to Virginia, that would change. We have a fixed trucking cost or a fixed trucking cost, a volume dependent trucking cost. $145,000 taxation lift over 14,500 people, which we are $10 a person, 85 cents a month per person. Versus
120 a year.
yeah, so that's the other perspective. I do want to move on to the other two services if we can. I acknowledge that there's whole different ways to go, but I think Amy's last statement's the most salient. Our model is based on a continuous shift to user pay. That's what the public either stood by or supported, whether they stood by silently. And we're in this now for another 4 years of a waste management plan.
Well, that seed got crushed. That's okay. I like putting seeds out.
Manager Wilson, Amy, do you want to go to 116 or 119, or have we seen enough of the summary? You're seeing our reserves are pretty flat. Do you have anything else to add?
Nope, and I've already, if you were able to see U116 on the screen, did that change for you guys?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So I'll move in. So we have, again, the incentives. So this is line 1. The incentives are based on tonnage that we receive at the depot. So this is obviously a placeholder based on what actually comes to our facilities. The new incentives have an average of 118% increase from Recycle BC. So that's looking like we have about another 100,000 in revenue in 25 than what was expected. The other thing we have here on line 2, that's the equalization payment. So when we determined where core depots went, it was more beneficial for the organization as a whole to allocate a core depot to the west. And so the west contributes some of their incentives to both the east and central. So that's what that 124,000 is. And that's to offset satellite.
24,000.
Sorry, that's what I'm reading.
So
I don't know what I said.
So why didn't that go up as well? Because it's incentive based, isn't it? Isn't that going to get a big boost? Director Popoff is going to send us an extra 20,000.
Right. The incentives are actually a different story, right? That's the volume-based one. But the incentive coming from the west is not a calculation of the benefit of having one or two depots, not having to transfer from these satellites to a depot. So it's a little bit of a different calculation than simply saying you have that much recycling from these depots and you get these incentives for it.
But if we had another core depot, we'd have seen the benefit of the lift in the incentive. So I think that multiplier has to be applied to the west calculation as well.
Well,
You can review that or rethink that.
East would receive the same, like even if it's collected at a satellite depot, that material gets accounted for at a core depot. So you're not losing material that you would get incentives for.
But west is getting the multiplier over a bigger volume. And sorry, the core or satellite. Right, core or satellite.
The only difference is that because they might have a little bit tighter net of recycling depots, they collect a little bit more material. That would never make up for the equalization payment. The equalization payment, I believe, was calculated on the fact of the cost of operating a core versus a satellite depot. I think that's the calculation we did at the time and said 2 depots, one should be for central, one for east. To make this a bit more fair, the equivalent cost of having a satellite versus a east this amount of money.
So if we go to the note, in case the public is thinking a little bit sideways like I am, right now the note in line item 2 says it's transfer of incentives. But it's not real. It's transfer of benefit of core depot, which is a little different.
We actually do remove that 24,000, and I can't recall the number off the top of my head for Central, from the incentives that the West receives from Recycle BC.
Okay, but it is not subject to the multiplier due to the incentive increase.
Correct. Right.
Okay. I'll have to think on that, but I believe you.
Yeah, because if we do it other ways, it would have to come over as a transfer from other service. So this way, by taking it right off the top of the incentives received from RBC, we don't have to run it twice through the books.
So grants this year.
Moving ahead, line 14 is that transfer from S186 as a taxation subsidy for running the service. What's not covered by the incentives, which has seen a decrease. Line 16 is prior year surplus. The budget was 75,000 and our currently projected is 79,000. I think that's probably the closest I've ever come to a projected surplus to a budgeted surplus. And then there's a $30,000 surplus expected in 2025, carried over from 24.
That's part of the picture. You're losing $50,000 on reduced surplus carried over.
Yeah, and that's why taxation hasn't dropped as much as I had hoped. They transferred from the other service to
Correct.
in lieu of taxation. Fair enough.
Yes, not really any significant changes to salaries, benefits, health and safety directors. The contracted services is had previously been, so that's on line 48. That's for the satellite and ICI hauling. We had created these other work orders below to separate some of the other items. The problem across the district was that they weren't always being coded appropriately. And quite honestly, we can pull that information out of our, well, if we want to look at what is ICI hauling versus the Biffy toilets versus the garbage, we can pull that out of Agresso. So I've simplified this budgeting. So all of those funds will now just be that line on line 48. And
Can I ask a question? Oh, sorry.
well, the ICI contract has gone down in price, so that's why there's some reduction beyond what we projected.
Okay, because I was going to ask about the satellite hauling, if that was reduced and why we save money. Again, I'm still thinking of the sensitivity of Riadale and the hauling costs there, but the only reduction, the reason for the 2024 budget going from 95.8 down to 73 projected, that is the ICI, is it?
Largely, I mean, this contracted services is also volume based, right? So if we get less material, they have to come pick up the bins less often, so there's a lower charge. So this is very much a placeholder based on what comes through our facilities. So there is a reduction because the ICI cost was lower, and that started in September. The satellite, I think, was quite similar, a minor. I think it was actually a minor increase. So that's not where we saw that drop. So,
Okay, and then the outfit hauling the ICI, I guess they have a bailiff, so they're making maybe more money if bailing locally now instead of hauling further. That was one of my side conversations. The other thing though is then when the consultant did this big study that we referred to earlier about, the total, keep forgetting the official name. What if they used our 2024 budget numbers when assuming what the cost of hauling is, the cost of this or cost of that? They wouldn't have had any projected actuals, which are lower. Because we just had this huge study of costs, right? What's the official name? And if it was based on 2024 budget figures, it's drawn by 10 to 20%. Tipping fee assessment system emissions.
it was
They base their work on
20 because most of the modeling occurred in 23. So it's actually it was actually based on, I think, 22 values projected to 24 with inflation. So
and we've gone the other way.
yeah,
2022 figures inflated are not representative of today's volumes, today's revenues, today's costs. Okay.
yeah, and I mean that's that screening that pulled out Ryandale, Windlaw, and Kokanee wasn't based on the cost of running those depots. It was based on the volumes and the distance to other locations. So that 17,000 that we use is based on our estimate, our projected for 25 values.
Okay.
I find it interesting that you look at the USP, meaning the material you get paid from RBC, we see a similar reduction to what we see at the landfill disposal rate, right? So that they will really be a reflection of the economic downturns.
That's right.
Recession.
So,
Yeah. More so when Trump kicks in.
I will point out on line 61, and actually when the salaries in other locations, that this budget still expects the Ryandell depot. So there's funds for the lease with tech, there's funds for the staffing, there's funds for the hauling. So that is included in here, just to be clear.
Okay, thanks. It's carried into 2025.
So short-term financing, so that's line 63 and 65. Next year is our last payment on that short-term loan that we use for the purchase of the sea cans and the site development, all that stuff that we did to set up those depots.
Good question on that. Yeah. I guess the one thing to point out was how good our interest rates were back then. Interest of $1,700 on a principal of $56,000. Oh, for the good old days. Borrowing at 1.some%.
That's a short term.
Short term, yeah, from 4.5 years ago. Thanks.
Line 67 is our contribution to reserves. So that we've just had it at $4,000 annually. And then based on some suggestions, I think it was even last year or maybe the year before from directors, was to increase that reserve transfer once the short-term borrowing was up. So that's that 18,000 was based on I think a 10 or 15 year replacement of the infrastructure. So
In replacement, yeah. Thanks.
but hopefully those sea cans live forever and then we won't have to worry about them. Okay, so moving into transfer to other services, line 69, that's the transfer of the 20% portion of A102, the regional 3 support for the service. 71 is general admin, 73 is IT, and then 75 is for environmental services, and that's the 10%. And then we don't have any capital expenses planned, so that's it. The reserves, start to build up at the end when That's it. Any questions on recycling?
Nope, I don't see any here. We go to the last one. Yes. So this is not a 10% taxation saving, but it's something.
So this is the compost service. We were forecasting 40,000 in tipping fees, and we are only projecting 21. And as I mentioned, this was a very similar situation in the other areas in the district. I think largely it's due that we don't have, we have almost zero ICI organics coming through the facilities. So this 2025's work plan for our organics coordinator is very much focused on increasing the ICI, and especially in the Creston area, agriculture as well. And noting that, we still have a fairly low subsidized tipping fee for organics to incentivize that conversion.
Sorry, I thought Pilos was talking about split bins, not just having one big garbage bin, having an organics bin. That might have been something Tanya Wall was working on. Do you guys remember? Was there something about that?
But I thought that was somebody internally with your group that was going to reach out and talk to them.
Independent grocers here in town.
Yeah.
And Savon might follow suit if Pilos Grocery did it.
Who was it that was put in?
So
I thought that was Connie that was going to go and have those conversations.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a Connie, it would be Todd.
Matt,
Who?
our organics coordinator.
I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, I don't know if it would help if,
So generally speaking, we haven't made as much progress on the ICI side as we would have hoped to. Actually, meanwhile, have asked to invite me to these meetings because I think want to push for the messaging that if you don't get voluntary cooperation, that may very well be mandatory. So this is the discussion I want to have, that I want to then as a manager at the table, eye to eye with the owners of these stores and say, specifically in the Nelson area, for example, where they just say, "Oh, we are definitely working." So I'm ready to say, okay, if that's the case, let's go together to your vision and have a look together in there and see how well you are delivering. So really calling the managers of these facilities and call them out and say, hey, we have an issue here. You're running the risk that you will be regulated, maybe a lot less advantageously. On the flip side of the coin, we will want to discuss incentives to get these programs going. One of the things is that one of the arguments is that there's no hall that's willing to do that. We have now a hall that is willing to talk to us, but we may have to bring something to the table to initially establish these halls. They have to have more or less a dedicated equipment that's suitable. So that's what we will come back likely to you as directors and say, are you prepared to waive tipping fees for a year to get this going? Once it's established, then small businesses may come and say, yeah, okay, I'm interested.
so do we agitate on this end with Save On and Pilo's grocery stores? Or
If you have contacts there, we are happy if you can make that initial contact and then let us know what you're hearing from them. But
I think we could use Tanya. I mean, the owner of Pilo's sitting in the room yesterday. He's community minded. I thought it was something that's under investigation.
and we have similarly we hear this from the co-op in Nelson that is willing to work with us. But we want to have all the grocers that have significant volumes at the table, and maybe larger hotels or whatever, larger kitchens, right? So that's got to be the effort for us initially. Just like we said, initially we start with the municipalities and then hopefully grow out from there. Same with the ICI Center. We need to have the large producers at the table so they get by.
I think locally there are some farmers who will take some of the organics from the grocery stores and feed it to pigs and stuff.
And Tanya was on a small scale.
Yeah.
We tried to do that in Alberta as a pig farmer, raiser kind of guy. But the grocers were saying to us is that they didn't want that to happen because they didn't want the weirdos coming in there and causing them a liability issue.
There's
And
Weirdo
there are
farmers.
issues. There is regulatory requirements, how you handle these materials when you feed them to animals. I saw down over 30 years ago with the big pest outbreak that they sourced back to feeding outdated food to pigs. So there's more to it than just saying here. One of the aspects is actually not necessarily the cost to get it hauled, the unpackaging piece. Now they have a
Everything's
employee
plastic,
that
right?
needs to slice every packaging and whatever. So there's more aspects to it. It's not as simple as it may appear.
okay, so we'll go back to Amy, I guess, then, but it's something we have to flash. That's keep seeing increasing volumes, not a huge investment. Back to you, Amy.
Okay, thank you. So the like I said, we have less sales of service than expected. So the future years are, has dropped quite a bit, but it's based on what we're expecting, and in 25 based on the 24 value, but increasing in future years as we onboard that ICI. Even the town of Creston's organics volumes were down in 24 from the year previous. And I think not only ICI, but just the self-haul communications. There's still a fair amount of people out there that don't even realize that we have this service available. So I
got to think that the majority of the organics are coming from Creston as opposed to the rural. Would that be correct?
That's correct. It's really low volumes at the cell phone.
Because we just compost at home.
Yeah, I mean, the educating people where there's a lot of material that, unless you have animals that you feed it to, that aren't really suitable for backyard composting. So there are people that do compost at home could still be bringing material that is compostable in a commercial setting. So
Yeah, and I'm not going to do that because if I can feed my chickens and compost at home and not have to haul it anywhere else and handle it again,
No, absolutely. Okay, so moving on line 5 here, the grant. So I'll jump down to line 13, where you can see the prior year surplus is actually a fairly large deficit compared with so we were expecting a almost $40,000 deficit and instead had nearly a $300,000 deficit. That's because this grant payment was delayed. So that offsets that large deficit for the capital works, from the OIP grant. And that is the last payment from that grant that is now completed. So the other thing I wanted to point out, and luckily Emma went and input all of my budgets from these spreadsheets into our planner. And somehow in my last few rejigging of these budgets, these ones that are highlighted in yellow were not identified as a revenue in here. So they were black instead of red. So if you look at the year-end surplus or deficit, we were showing fairly large deficits, but it's because I was showing this revenue as an expense. So I apologize. That will be corrected. These all balance to zero when there's a negative put into the in front of the number to show it as a revenue. So and so this surplus that we're expecting in 25 is that carryover of capital reserves to fund the leachate pond. So that's not an operating surplus. It looks like we have an operating deficit because that should be 200,000. So then in this service, because it's contracted, there is not a lot of expenses. So this is the item here. If we change this to 5%, this is line 26, that would be reduced. Communications, advertising, insurance, all of those are consistent. So we are showing, so this is in regards to the for information report that we had before the budgets. So as you can see, we're running over budget on the projected 2024. This value this one here on line 51, that includes that additional pond draining that we did advance with that was noted as potential in the report. Future values are based on the current contract. And then, as I mentioned in the waste service, when we procure this contract as a combined compost and landfill operations, we have a 3% inflator, but it could be more, or we could actually see some cost savings in combining the contracts. So we'll have to address.
Amy, can we jump back up? Sorry for going backwards. At 20, the director stipend and travel, because Kelly, Director Vandenberg brought up a good point, because this is not the way it's done. 10% of 14 resource recovery meetings for directors plus 4 chair meetings. There are no chair meetings. So
The chair meetings are
even
those meetings that you would attend the other sub-regional budget meetings. So you have
Okay, sitting-
an additional
right,
4
okay.
meetings. Yeah.
Okay, if we do those, but okay, I'm just thinking if we change the wording, this isn't quite how it's done, because there is a monthly allowance sharing. If there's some wording change that would make more sense, go here and in the other ones as well.
Just that it's clear, this is not showing, the comments are not showing up in the financial plan.
Yeah, no, that's true. They will disappear later. Yep. Over. On and then
Onward. So
short-term payments.
kind of, okay, so when we get into the short-term financing, that's, I lost my line column, 61 and 63. Again, that, those repayments are, they go till 2026, so that's in 27 on. That's why we see some reduction of the transfer from the waste service funding. Similarly, on line 65, contribution to reserves, we've had it at a steady 5,000, and then once the short-term financing is completed, or the repayment is completed, we've increased that up to 45,000. And these are placeholders for now, as noted in the comment. Our asset management plan that we are developing may direct a different value for that. Line 69 is the transfer to A102 resource recovery. Again, admin, IT, and environmental services are the next accounts. And then the capital expenditures, so the leachate pond was moved into 2025, and the overall objective of this expenditure is that we can reduce the operating costs where we're constantly having to drain that pond so that we'll have more capacity there. We also had an irrigation system planned. We've deferred that into 26, mostly just to see how things go with the contractor. And Elaine identified that the current contractor has developed a system, and she wants to investigate further what scope this irrigation system is required. So just gives us a little bit more time to refine the scope of that project. And nothing substantial in the reserves there. So, as you can see, when you put the transfer in as a revenue, it does balance. So I think your version shows different numbers than that, but
In black.
yeah.
Yeah, so again, we don't really build a reserve until the loans are paid out.
Yeah.
And that one,
So,
sorry, I was gonna say, is there a calculation behind reserve for placement or repair of that big old shed or lowers? Is there a real asset management plan for that piece of this, the compost yet, or is that worked out?
for the shed. for
Yeah, the
building?
shed, the blowers, the piping, the concrete should be controlled, or the pavement. should be controlled.
No, what we have is the situation that we're paying off the short-term financing over 5 years. So we're relatively aggressively paying off the capital infrastructure. We don't even want to double up on this now with the reserve contribution. So once maybe we should have it in maybe to some degree, once the short-term loan is paid off, then we will make contributions to reserve for infrastructure replacement.
Amy showed that, we're boosting our contribution by 40,000 a year. My question is, do we need that? It's not a $5 million building. So I don't know what the lifespan of metal shed is, cowling, covering, or any of that. But are you gonna do an asset management plan for that component of the?
So with grant, we had almost $1 million loan. So starting the $2 million overall facility, even if you say the pad lasts 50 years, and the building 35, which is probably way out to lunch, you're still being likely underpaying it with the 40,000. We haven't done that calculation.
Okay, that's just wondering, because we've arbitrarily
Yeah,
contribution, but you will do an asset management plan. So the building that the blowers, the mechanical, and that grinder mixer are gonna work first.
yeah.
It's okay, so that's to come, yeah.
Yeah, that 40,000 increase was based on a rough estimate, but I think it was a fairly long lifespan. And there, as Ely mentioned, there's some components that are, won't have, I think it was over a 20 or 25 year period. And there's some components like the mixer and the awning and various things that wouldn't have that long of a lifespan. So the 40,000 is a placeholder until the asset management can identify each component.
Any questions on this?
Yep.
Yep.
Crap.
Ed?
So if I understand on this section of A119 correctly, what is driving our organics program is provincial mandate and landfill space.
Provincial enticement to jump into this on threat of organics bans at landfills. I think that was the driver, Chris Brown.
There's several components. So yes, there's the provincial component, but there's certainly as well the environmental and regulatory component. We have a landfill that does not have a baseliner. So far, we have gotten away with the approach of aggressive closure fix. That still needs to be confirmed with the province that they will long-term accept that to allow us the exception from baseliners in future steps. So the organics management, getting organics out of the landfill will help in that discussion, foster the discussion towards a exemption from a baseliner requirement.
So the liner, piping, pumping, liquid waste management plan, liquid waste treatment and reinjection or whatever disposal, that's the multi-million-dollar.
That's one landfill. Okay, so I'm kind of going to the moral of the story here. This whole business of garbage and recycling and composting is expensive. So I'm going to go back to the principle of supply and demand. Sales are down. Okay, I'm not sure if that trend is going to continue. So I'm wondering if supply and demand says that sales are down, then maybe we should be looking at what does it mean to restrict the hours more than what it is currently. So Creston is open Tuesday to Saturday. for that period of time. So what if we go to a third day closure? What does that look like to our budget,
And the operations contract.
including the recycling?
Yeah, that's one consideration.
That's a big key. We're gonna lock in
I
contracts.
mean, we are going to let the contract fairly soon, so that is a timely discussion on that. Second part to it is, what do you do with your businesses that have now material on the truck on Thursday?
Well, that's just it. I mean, I don't know when the service is in Creston. I know when the service is in Wendell. You want to align that. There's a little bit of, I want to say organics. There's a logistics portion to this, and I understand that. And so maybe it's a closure on Wednesday. I don't know what it is, but if you supply and demand, in a business, you shut it down for a day or two until sales get back up. Why should taxpayers have to pay for something that's on a downward trend? Well, we could be looking at some other ways of reducing that overall cost until the changes.
It's a good idea, generally to have that discussion. I think the analysis we will have to do, and unfortunately I'm afraid it's not going to look that good, is how much of it is operational cost that you actually save with the closing date, and how much is fixed cost, because there's equipment, there's environmental monitoring, there's compliance stuff, and that way that you pay no matter if you're 1 day or 7 days a week.
Agreed.
So that really would have to be evaluated, even at a rough scale, against each other, to know what a day's closing for 1 day is saving us, even on the operational contract. Yeah, it saves the hours of the operator, but the equipment that they sank into that contract still stays.
Okay, well, that's a contractual negotiation piece. I
We
mean,
have residential pickup, I think Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
But we have two ways to address that. We can have restrict public access, like internet access, but not restrict commercial. And
exactly.
that would be a big shift in on-site staff.
Of course, you're going to have to put a provision in there to allow them in and out.
So we could stage operational cost savings by first saying gates are closed to itinerant loads. Now for contractors, that may or may not make a difference. I have paid money for someone to have a trailer loaded up with day we haul it is plus or minus. The day you decide to bring an excavator and deconstruct, that's your choice. You just have to know, are you on the commercial side or are you itinerant? But we could, I'm sure we can. I mean, if it's a hauler that's regularly town collecting, this kind of thing, much less work to accommodate them. Itinerant votes. That is worth looking at, I think, first.
So we're talking about increasing 10% for the next number of years, but our supply is going down, our demand is down. To me, that's counterintuitive. And if we don't look at the other side of the sphere, I'm not comfortable. We should at least have a look at it and really understand what it means, so that it's just basic business cycle, supply and demand. Sales are down. You have to make an adjustment.
But
what does the
isn't there-
adjustment look like?
But isn't there a staffing issue, or going to that, where you cut people back to 30 hours instead of 45 hours or something? Wouldn't you lose employees who have to make a living?
That's administration's job to respond to our policy.
Yeah.
If our policy is going to be, we're going to reduce access to the public, somebody will work all that.
Yeah. So to be blunt, that's
And
their
you
problem.
Tell us the problem.
But I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, you have to look at municipal services as a business. You can't be asking taxpayers to keep paying more and more and more. There comes, and as the governance in that, it's fair for us to ask these questions.
If you were to allow people 4 on 3 off because the public don't have the loaded truck problem, so they could have long weekend plus additional bonus log weekends when it's a stat, and increase their workday by an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, or whatever. What is the opening hours in Preston now?
Nine, I think.
8 hours,
8:30 to 4:30.
The actual staff hours of the phone, right?
a little bit long because they have to set up a scale or whatever, and the contractors there half an hour before I leave. So, yeah,
That's part of what we need to look at is you may find it's not a problem to keep a certain number of staff.
Maybe they want
Provided they have a
longer
lifestyle
hours and have a longer weekend or
Yeah,
something.
although too many longer hours, we end up losing our operational savings. But I do accept the premise that if
interesting,
less volume, why are we open?
interesting discussion. I hope you take the same aggressive lens when we talk efficiency study. And talk about if we would be a business, would we have 3 different business entities with 3 different governments, 3 different meetings, and 3 different
Agreed.
structures, right? So that's an interesting.
I mean, there's the efficiency of combination, the way it used to be, as you pointed out. I don't know why it went and segregated into 3 animals. I mean, that's to me, that's inefficient. You know, the easy lens for me is that there's inefficiency in that. Maybe there's not. Maybe it is the right way of doing it. I don't know.
Allocation services do create some efficiency at your level of management. Yes.
And I mean, quite frankly, we do have significant staff in part because we do a lot of this analysis that needs to be, but we do it on 3 different levels.
As an end user, it's easy for me to know that the landfill is open. If I lived around Yak, I know it's only open 2 days, so I plan my time for that. Same thing with the recycling center here. I know what days it's open now, so I plan for that. And the landfill, that's an easy adjustment for me, the taxpayer, I believe. The commercial is the other interesting thing, but even the commercial contracts could be changing too on their own organically.
Well, are we allowing commercial haulers gate access on the road? We used to give keys out to some of the commercial haulers. Do you still allow that after hour access?
You have a permit requirement.
You would have to have an electronic
for-
gate. You'd have to have an electronic gate.
Yeah, no, that's not a law. Like I said, we have a permit requirement that always is covered at end of day.
Amy, sorry,
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add in the systems efficiency review and tipping fee study did look at level of service and we are hoping to schedule a workshop to discuss this more. There was a recommendation in there to look at hours of operation. And those were, I haven't looked at it in the last little bit, so I don't know exactly the parameters, but it was kind of based on that volume per hour type scenario. There were some recommendations for the east. One was to review the hours of operation at the Crescent Car Wash Depot. So I think that, so staff intends to investigate this a bit further. It is something that might take, we might not have prepared some of it for, especially looking at different hours of operation for the landfill and the cost impacts. It might be challenging for us to make any changes, one, until we have the ability to change the contract, and 2, time to really assess what the cost differences of these scenarios are. But that is something we are looking at for some locations. So if you're interested, we could expand that scope to more than just the car wash, which met this initial parameters that the consultants put forward. But if you're interested in doing a wider range of hours of operation, that is something we could be directed to look at.
okay. So lots of good thoughts in play. I'm just thinking we have one item of business left here. That's public time. And this meeting ended an hour and 20 minutes ago. So if we're good, like we beat, I guess, on the first track of the budget. So I will go to public. I did see, and it's still there. Public, see somebody online, nobody in the room, so 219. Calling for questions from the public on this service. My chat, is that for us? No questions, thank you. Thanks for responding, because I was criticized for bypassing public time once or twice, going too fast. So I appreciate putting in the chat no questions from public. I appreciate you paying attention too. So no other items of business at 2:20. Call for motion to adjourn. Without objection. Adjourn. Thanks very much. It's getting very, very close to lunchtime. Being almost 2:30, interested.
What, Hawaii
I
time?
ate breakfast at 5:30. So
Thank you.
thanks, Amy.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Amy.
I don't know when we lost. Oh, Emma, I guess, do we look at these minutes Monday morning?
She's gone for lunch.
She said.
If you prefer, I can email them to you this afternoon or Monday.
Yeah, I won't get home right away to review them anyway, I guess is what I'm saying. So Monday's good?
Yep, that should be fine.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.